Yes, people, welcome back to Chelsea Perspective. Welcome back to another Blue Morning Show on a Chelsea Perspective. I hope you're all doing well. I'm still not really, again, I've recovered, but still affecting my voice to some measure, but I can still speak. But I can still read quite a lot of the messages in the chat, and I enjoy doing that. Again, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, but more importantly, blue morning to you, because in fact, it is the Blue Morning Show. So sit back, relax, and let's get into the show today. It's going to be more like a free-form show. Again, and the structured aspect is that we'll try to build, the lineup for the season, the strongest 11, trying to anticipate what we believe Graham Potter would do. So sit back, relax, and let's get into the show. Yes, people, welcome back to Chelsea Perspective. Please, as you're coming in, keep liking the video. Again, like the stream. The more you like the stream, the more we'll be able to reach, simply put, again, the likes helps us reach a wider audience. That way, the more people will have here, the more the fun it will be. In my United bride, Nehemiah Falawola is the first to arrive today. He says, bye, Ronaldo, sell Alba. He's a very... the language there, again, be fair, seriously. Again, Ronaldo scores yesterday. Yep, again, I didn't see that one, but I heard about it. Blue morning, Coachila panel and chat. Blue morning to you too, Liam Lane. I hope you're doing well. Good morning, Blues. Good morning to you too, Toby S. I hope you're well. And good morning, Coachila says, Sheila, I hope you're doing well. Yes, we'll have an appointment. We'll probably get to talk this weekend so you can really get started fully. And I don't know, Sheila, remind me, were you one of the participants for the Roman Abramovich tribute contest? If you are, you have until the end of the month to submit your quarterfinals entry. Again, after that is once we get to October, we will not be accepting any entries again. So bear that at the back of your mind. So guys, keep liking the video as you're coming in. We have just 13 likes, and I believe we can do better than that. Unfortunately, my order screen isn't open, but I still do believe I can do with that. So yes, like the video as you arrive. And if you're remote, keep reminding people to like the stream so that I can do less of that and concentrate on hosting the show. Just give me a second. I want to share, again, the link to the panelists or anybody, those that like to join the show in a bit. Again, let me see here what we have. This one here. And again, if you're in the chat, any update, again, I didn't see anything serious that I thought we'd talk about. So, but if you see any yourself, you can bring it up in the chat. And if you have any questions, shoot, and I'll try my best to answer it. If I cannot, I will seek for help. So, but thank you very much for finding the time to join today. So, yeah, thank you. Give me 1 second here. Still sharing the link here. Right. 1 second. All right, like I said, I'll be looking at your comments in the channel. If you have any questions, shoot, and I'll try to answer it. Here we have, again, how is it going, man? It's going well. How about you? Again, host a Trend TV. I hope you're doing well. Nice to see you here again. I'm having an issue with my order screen. Technology never straightforward, but we can do without it. Again, like I said, today we will try, again, to start building the lineup from scratch. Yes, we've done some job, but if we see any update, we will talk about it, but I haven't seen anything serious that I feel like we should talk about. I have here again. This is a three at the back a system, a 3-4-2-1 system, which you could sometimes Graham Potter does play that system, but no matter how he tweaks it up front. Usually, in most cases, he plays a three at the back, a formation, so to speak, not system. It's a system that refers to the application of the formation. So yeah, again, and the plan is also to work on a 4-3-3 formation too, because Graham Potter is known to be very, very unpredictable in his approach. He's deployed many formations. If you use an application where you can go back and check how the structure that he's deployed in his days at Brighton, you'd see how unorthodox and unpredictable that he can be. But that's, by the way, again, if you're in the chat and you have any questions, shoot it. I will try to answer it while I wait to see if anybody joins us here. If not, again, I will roll solo, and believe me, it will still be fun. Morning, Coach Cesar Usman. Ishak, I hope you're doing well. Good morning to you too. Thanks for finding the time to join the show. Here we have, again, this is Nightbot doing its job. Again, it's going fine. Cheers. Okay, thank you very much. Nice to hear that you're doing well. Morning to you all. And my brother, Bobby says, big up. Coach, big up to you too. I know your work. Thank you for finding the time to be in the chat. That's always nice to see. Again, it's time to give Broja and Gallagher a run and rest Mount and Kai up. Again, my case mainly will be for Broja to start. For Gallagher, I think maybe again, if we're talking about playing as one of the 2-8s, he may well find it difficult. It may well be difficult to find a space for him there, but I still think it gets in game time. But more importantly, Armando Broja must start. Yes, he played again. Was it at less than 45 minutes? Yeah, less than 45 because he came in the 66 minutes or so. But he played quite well. Let me see if I get the accurate measure of time that he came in. But he was brilliant. His spot, you could say he pushed the team. We felt like he should have started. He did that well. Let me see when he came in. Actually, he came in. Didn't he? I think he came in for all about 66 minutes. Yeah, I think I'm correct here. Let me see. Armando Broja. I'm looking for it. Yep, he came in the 66 minutes. That's 30. He played 30 minutes plus, and he showed what he's capable of doing. Bobby, again, welcome to the panel. I hope you're doing well, brother.
Hi, Coach. I saw you on your own. I thought I'd jump in quick. I'm really busy, though, so I may not hang around too much.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Again, brother, you don't have to hang around. Again, if you have work to do, I totally understand. This is a pro bono thing, and we just enjoy doing it. Just quickly, your thoughts, everybody. Again, I think I don't see what excuse Graham Potter will present if the next game that is Armando Broja doesn't start.
Well, to my understanding, part of Graham Potter's reputation is in developing and in bringing the best out of players. So here he has a fantastic opportunity with not only young players, but perhaps one of the best crop of young players probably in the world. So if he's not going to take Broja to the next level and bring the best out of your likes of Loftus-cheek and so on, then something isn't right. Now, will he do it immediately? Probably not. It takes a little time. But I think he needs to start him, especially now that Aubameyang is still kind of recovering. I thought that the last game, it would have been better starting him and bringing Aubameyang off the bench.
Yeah, that's easing back into the game, gradually. Go ahead, Bobby.
Yeah, but I think he did it the other way around, as I said yesterday, for political, or rather for appeasing reasons. But now he has what is it, about 10 days to think? And I don't know how many of the players he's going to have to work with, but definitely he has to look at what to do more productively with Broja, who is and has shown himself to be a very, very talented player.
Mhm. And again, it looks like Potter isn't the type. He's never afraid to ring changes whenever necessary. I think he must have learned quite a lot, even though it was just a game. He must have learned much more than he's learned over the past few days that he's trained with the players. Because, like the conversation we had yesterday, we had during the review show, some players sulked, like you put it. Some looked as if. Again, you could say, yeah, in the case of Pulisic, he played just a few minutes, and you could say he didn't have enough time, to show what he's capable of doing. But Hakim Ziyech, no, something it looked quite off. I wouldn't say it's intentional because it wouldn't make any sense to say that he would just wanted to leave the club. No, that time has passed, and as a professional, he has to, put in the performance, put in the shift, or he's going to end up being on the bench until January, and then he finds it even more difficult to find a club. Again, what do you think, Bobby? Do you think he's the type that's not afraid to ring changes whenever necessary? But I'm a bit concerned in that aspect since probably he prioritized, making sure that the senior players or the big name players at the club don't rebel against him.
Yeah, that's what I saw. Graham Potter is so
And it is believable. But go ahead, brother.
Graham Potter is so raw and unproven at this level that nobody knows what he does because he's not done it before. I thought he did, the last game was a lesson in appeasement. I can't blame him. He'd had too little time with the players. So he had to go with those that he felt had been there, seen it, and done it. Was it successful? Well, clearly not, because we didn't win. But he does have to change things. My concern is it's one thing saying that you need to change things and knowing that you need to change things, but it's another to actually do it because you need to be brave.
Mm-hmm.
I hope he's brave. I hope the assessment he's made of the dressing room makes him able to make the necessary decisions. In a way, there was a sign of that, although he did it with players that were not established in the dressing room. The benching of Koulibaly and Fofana after such huge investments in them was clear indication that he can bench anybody.
Yeah,
But
especially for Fofana, like you said, yeah.
Yeah, but it's easier to do that with them because they're not yet established in the dressing room. They're new. Whereas someone like J5, or indeed maybe even Hakim Ziyech, they have an established relationship in the dressing room. There's something that somebody said yesterday, which kind of still rings in my ear. And rings in my ear in terms of concern. And it's probably true. He mentioned the kind of religious affiliation that he will have.
That's only natural.
Yes and no. Yes and no. For example, I guess I don't know. It's weird because I
Here's why
don't
I think
know.
it's natural. And again, to avoid some people to reading it the wrong way.
The wrong
It's
way.
usually
That's
natural. Yeah, that happens more often. It can easily be read out of
people like to
context.
be offended.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Simply put, that's usually natural where a group of people is the minority. That affiliation occurs naturally.
Yeah,
You understand?
why it gives me a little concern is that because of that, if somebody is disgruntled, they can influence others, whereas the others really are not in that position and just need to focus on their job. And this is the concern. It was a
No, not
concern that I
necessarily
had.
the case. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a concern that I had with Declan Rice coming to Chelsea. I'm an advocate for that, but I was concerned because of his closeness to Mason Mount.
Yep. If
And,
it, if it, if it, either of the two becomes disgruntled, then there's a problem.
yeah, they start, they're so close outside and, it affects the other one. So
Mm-hmm.
that's all. I don't know how big of an issue it is, but it does kind of resonate because, you see when we went for the World Club Cup, people like Ziyech and I think Rudiger and Kante, they all went somewhere to pray. And, that's fine. That's, I got no issue with that. That's great. But quite clearly, with Rudiger going to Real Madrid and so on, I'm not sure how much influence. Well, there would always be influence they can wield on each other if they're unhappy and
Yeah,
feel
and yeah,
badly treated.
yeah, and it's only natural. Let me get what we have in the chat again. I'll come back to you in a bit. And Sheila here says, can we allow Broja to grow into this team? His minutes are increasing. You start him and he has a bad game. The same fans would be on his case immediately on social media. Just quickly, let me say big up to my brother CFC for him. Bigger brother, nice to see you here. I hope you're doing well. Again, I appreciate you finding time to join. I know you have your own channel. Again, you could say one of the fastest growing, again, YouTube channels in the community. And again, long may that continue, my brother. Again, I can't tell you how happy I am that how quickly your channel is growing. Bobby, I'm going to bring you back to this one again. If you haven't, let's go join the growth. Go check out CSC Fahim's YouTube channel. I don't know why Nightbot, a lot of mistakes. It works, it stops, and sometimes it starts saying just hello and not share the link. But Bobby, quickly, again, what I want to ask is this comment here, we're all calling for him to start. We're all calling for Armando Broja to start starting games. But this comment here from Shiloh, it makes a bit of a sense to continue the process the way we've done. Again, the last game he played more than, again, that is longer than he's played before. So maybe the process should continue like that, and it isn't him, again, keep isn't him in gradually.
I think that makes absolute sense. And I'm a complete advocate for that. Remember, during the time when the brown envelopes were rumoring him going to West Ham, I was always saying, look, he's only, if he does go, he's just going to go and sit on the bench like he is at Chelsea. Because he's young, you're not going to push him in. Even at Southampton, that didn't happen. He played, yes, but they recognized he was young and his form will be up and down, and he was on the bench quite a bit. So I am 100% behind that because, you see, the sad thing about the fan base is that you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. You're damned if you don't play him and you're damned if you ease him in to protect him a little bit. He needs that protection. And, if he gets on and has a bad game, you can imagine, what a waste of money. Why did we give him a long contract? Why didn't we get 30 million off of West Ham? All that sort of thing. You know what the fan base is like. So, yes, I think we should. However, giving him a start, for example, at the next game, I think is probably part of the process. Why do I say this? I say this because one, it's an important game, very important game. Two, which he needs that birth into. He needs to taste that pressure. Important league game against Crystal Palace. Two, with all intents and purposes and respect to Crystal Palace, it is Crystal Palace, a side that he should be able to hold his own against. So to give him a run out and give him that sense of we want to rely on him. That's my instinct. However, the safe way to play it would be to put a tried and tested forward in and that. But I don't think so. I think we should have enough faith in him to start him, at least play him up until midway in the second half. That would be my instinct, and that is not disrespecting Palace at all. It's a big game to bring him into, But it's better to, I don't know. I would suspect it's probably better to start him in that game than to start him against Liverpool. Whereas, having said that, player like that, you probably put him in against Liverpool and he scores a hat trick. But you know what I'm saying, you know. So you know what I'm saying. So yeah, I mean it's a difficult one. It's not easy, but I don't believe he should be, thrust in and then left, and because he's young and he's going to have a few hiccup games, and it's those games that will need to protect him more. But the fan base will attack him.
Yeah, and again, we've seen cases where young players are overhyped or rushed in. Given you could say a bigger responsibility that they can handle, and they end up hampering their development. It is. Yeah, you got to say again, it should be a gradual process. But my brother Fahim here, I've said hello to you. And Faldiazo, aka Boogeyman. Boogie, I want to know how can I actually send you the link if I want to. I don't know if we're connected on Twitter. Let me know. What's the topic today? Again, there's
Boogeyman.
Yeah.
Boogeyman, I don't know. I tried to send him a tweet and he's blocked me on Twitter. Oh my God. I don't really. Boogeyman, really? No.
Okay. Maybe there's something. Maybe there's something you and him need to sort out. Again, what is the topic? Again, today we're talking about. We're going to try to predict what's his name? Graham Potter's strongest 11, based on what we believe he'd be doing. But we started by talking, discussing a few topics because no structured topic except for the lineup building. So that's why we're still talking about this. Again, let me know if you have any questions. We can try and address that. Anything here, like the video. Matthew Lee, Benjamin, yes, people, as you're coming in, please like the stream. The more you like the stream, the more we'll be able to reach a wider audience. Please keep liking the stream, guys. That goes a long way for the channel. Nehemiah Fire, well, let's say it again, Kai Alba should be dropped to bench a start Broja and Sterling. Okay, we'll see what happens there. Again, like the damn video. Guys, again, I appreciate you saying that. Keep liking the video to help us reach more people. Here we have fans didn't think that Potter is good for Chelsea. Again, if you don't know the man, or if you don't give him a chance, you don't know whether he's good enough for Chelsea. But from what he's done at Brighton and all the clubs he's coached with what he had, then again it shows he's capable of doing even more when you give him a team like a Chelsea Football Club. So yeah, I think he'll be able to do a good job. But again, that remains to be proven. We'll follow him, we'll support him. More importantly, we'll support Chelsea Football Club. Let's see what he's capable of doing. I completely agree too with introducing Broja slowly, but surely that being said, the boy deserves again his start after Kai fell and Oba not 100%. Let's see. Again, start Pulisic, Sterling, and Broja. We'll see what happens there. What else do we have? Good morning, Coachila, and a panel. Good morning to you too, Chama. Yusuf, I hope you're doing well. So I'm going to come back to the panel immediately. I'm going to say good morning to Roger. Roger, how are you doing, brother?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. I'm splendid, thank you.
Yeah, I'm good. Good morning to you. Roger, let me start you off quickly. The question is, again, do you advocate for Broja to start and finish the next game, or at least a start, and why?
Yeah, it's a big game, you know. I think Palace's ground, Selhurst Park, is like 12,000 capacity, give or take. And it sounds like it's 40,000. I mean, it's a big London derby. I don't know. It's the only thing is that's a really tough away ground. But you know, he's got to start sometime. I from what I've seen, I think he's good enough. I watched the game again last night, by the way. That was brutal. And I was really impressed when he came on. I really was. He made a couple of very good runs.
Sorry, who?
Broja.
Oh, yeah. Okay, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
You know, my only thing is it's because of that crowd, that atmosphere in Selhurst Park. it's a big deal. I would have preferred him to start at home, but yeah, why not? I mean, no disrespect, Aubameyang he's not himself. He's nowhere close to himself. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, again, I think Broja should start, but I don't think he should play the whole game. And like Bobby, he's already talked about this before. I think Aubameyang should have started from the bench. Even the first game he played, the second one too. We should have, considered the fact that even if he's physically fit, we called it a PTSD. There's still some emotional scar, which can impair your judgment. Again, it's not about fitness. It's about decision making. It's about your timing. Again, something is still off. There are some crosses that you'd expect him on his day to get at the end of those crosses. He didn't, especially the first game. A few on his day. Again, you can say if he wasn't if he isn't, you can say if he isn't still under some emotional stress or something like that, those opportunities would have been goal. Even in the second game he played, there was one I thought he got there, but surprisingly he didn't touch it. Again, but that's by the way. Again, let's see. Again, anything else in the chat to deal with? Again, it's important that I read this. Bobby, you paying attention to this? It's a response to you, says hello, Bobby. No, I did not and would never block anyone. To all my friends around the world, I am actually no more on Twitter since long ago. I'm thinking about. So, Bobby, you get it. So, but it's easy. We're humans. It's easy to jump to conclusions something is, but no, something that never was is. Okay, go ahead, Bobby. You were saying something.
I was surprised. I absolutely love Boogeyman. We shared a platform at one time. I don't really want to go into what happened there. I'm still confused. I don't know what happened there. But Boogeyman, we're brothers. Sometimes we argued, sometimes we don't. I spoke to him the other day on another platform. So it surprised me, but I get it now, my brother. Thanks for clearing that up. God bless you. Whatever contacts you want, I'm there for you, brother. I love you, man. It's just that simple.
Yeah, we all love choice of football. And this thing's happening again. It's easy to jump to conclusions, but he's explained now. Again, let me see what else we have here. Again, Ronaldo in Alba out. Again, follow, you're not gonna kill me. I was surprised. I was so surprised. Again, anyone would block Bobby. Again, let's not get into that. But again, I know Boogeyman wouldn't, and he's explained. He's explained right now. Yeah. So, but that's by the way. Here we have again. We have. Sorry, I can't say that. To Chalobah says, "Big up everyone. Big up to you too, brother. Thank you for finding the time to join us." By the way, the construct of your name. I know what that means again, but that's by the way, and what you're trying to do there. You start him. It's really a no pressure game away from home. If he fails again, always no, not at home crowd pressure. Again, I think it's something he has to get used to. So again, no need shying away from starting him in that game because it's an away game or because of the crowd. He has to get used to it, and you can be rest assured he's played under a much bigger crowd before. Bobby, your thoughts about Roger's concern about the crowd and the fact that it's an away game? I think that was his concerns. Those were his concerns.
I understand Roger's concern. Hi, Roger, by the way.
Good morning, sir.
I understand his concern. We all have it. It's like when, maybe you're not all as old as me, but, when you have that kid that's just about to leave home, maybe you're trying to move into him or her into their own flat, and you're still protective. You still worry. You're not sure they can handle it, but they can handle it. What we have to do is let him handle it, give him that opportunity. And this is where the other players come into play. And this is why I completely cut myself off J5, because the way he abandoned Gallagher and let him be the one to protect him in a midfield when he's the established pro, I thought was disgusting. And that kid got a red card for that. That's too much. You should be doing everything you can to shield and protect him. Just like Rudiger used to do in defense with Chalobah. He was everywhere, making sure that kid had a good game, getting him to go here, go there. And this is what Thiago does. This is what they do. So as an attacker, it's a bit different. But this is where the midfield comes in. Feed him the balls. Do what Kepa did. There was a fast break on. He got the ball. He passed it to him. All that sort of thing. And I just think Palace is a huge threat. Don't get me wrong. That's a Premier League club. That's a good club. Well run, well marshaled by of Patrick Vieira. But that is just that level of responsibility that he needs. And the Palace defenders are more or less his peers. Guehi is not that far ahead of him from that Chelsea Academy graduate range. And I think that's a good place for him to come out and show his worth. If I were Potter, with all the reputation that I believe Potter has, and I don't think Albania have a friendly. If they do, forgive me, I don't know about it. But if he is in Cobham, this is an excellent opportunity to work with the kid. Get in his head and let him start. 60 minutes against Palace will be fantastic. He might surprise you and you leave him on for the whole 90.
Again, if he starts and does well, again, he might well leave him. But it depends on how things pan out. If he starts that game, Roger, you want to add anything to that before we move into the project proper, or the exercise of predicting the strongest 11 for the club?
No, I thought Bobby summed it up quite well. The question is, does Gallagher play also? Because he's going back there, isn't he?
That's a good one, and I would say yes. Why not? Gallagher never made any secret to Palace when he was at Palace that he's a Chelsea player. Do you think emotion will come into it? That's not professional. I think Gallagher has enough on his plate securing his place at Chelsea and to worry about his past emotions for Palace.
Yeah, I think he'll get a warm reception there.
Yeah, well, whatever. He's a professional. Look, with Mount not being on great form and just coming back from international duty, for me, I would say Gallagher starts. He's had the whole 10 days with Graham Potter. And if he doesn't perform, then you bring Mount on. Mount could probably be grateful for the rest. I would start them both. I mean, it seems bold. But, we've played younger players against bigger opposition and more of them.
And if you ask me, again, you could say Gallagher will make a good rotational player with Mason Mount. They have that same energy. I think the only difference is that I think you could say Gallagher runs more than Mason Mount does, and will also get you more goals, because if you play him closer to the final third, he always gets in the box, and he has a good eye out, for goals. But that's, by the way, here again, games like a Palace Fulham, no disrespect to them, are the kind of game Broja should start, and Gallagher should start, like you guys, you both have also talked about, because he feels at home. Palace is home again. That bond will still be there. He will be very comfortable playing there. Again, if you haven't, we have 47 people watching. It was 60 plus, but we still have just 28 likes. We can do better than that. Please keep liking the video, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. And Anthony Forde, again, if you use more than 3 emojis, Nightbot is a machine. It's not a human being. It will next time you out. So reduce it to at least 3 emojis, and you're fine. And again, Ushman, again, Ishak say again, there is not big a player in CFC club who feel like he can sabotage the dressing room anymore. So the coach should feel relaxed for building his team. He has the trust of the players. You could, again, this is just an assumption about I haven't read anything that makes me feel like, okay, there's a concern that such will happen. I think everything, to me, you were just talking about the managers, the selection what we read from it, again, like Bobby alluded to, it seemed as if he was a bit, you could say, political to a certain measure to appease the older players or the senior players in the team or the big name players in the team, so they don't rebel against him, because if they do, they make life difficult. His life, start to life as Chelsea manager, very, very difficult. Again, one more thing also to also bear at the back of your mind is this: when managers switch clubs, they usually opt for the most experienced players. You could argue that was the case on the day. That way, again, you'd be able to get them, to buy into your ideas and be able to fulfill it easily on the pitch, because they are experienced. Again, let's see. And here we have, let's say, a good point about again, feed him the ball all the time to gain a confidence. That's another way, to help a young player going. Show the young player you trust them, and then you see them. The rest will be history. The coach has to be brave and be confident. I think Potter is the man for you if that's what you're looking for. Again, bravery is the name of the game for him in terms of how he trains his players, the way they're able to play, no matter, the opposition they play, how big of a team, even bigger than, you just look at the games Brighton has played, how well they've done. Again, we move from that here. Again, big respect to all Chelsea fans in the world. Same to you again for there. I hope you're well. And Jafta Sikwa says here, imagine a midfield three of Caicedo, Kante, and Kova, and J5 need to sit out next game. Palace and Vieira will target J5. We need energy and strength in that midfield. Maybe this is Zakaria. That may well happen. I was expecting him to start the Champions League game against Salzburg, but maybe the manager felt like, again, Jorginho could, he could do a good job, and he did quite well. That did, but I'm still asking for us to do something differently. Had they targeted him, I think would have been a serious problem. And in the Premier League, you can be rest assured, clubs will begin to target him even more, because it's become apparent that when he's on the pitch and he's not playing, we struggle to play. It's as simple as that. But that's by the way. Anybody want to add anything to that, or should we go into looking at the lineup?
Go for it.
All right. The plan is for us to build two here, and we're starting from scratch. We started these when the transfer market, when the transfer window opened, and the promise was that, okay, once it shuts, we will go through the process again, because now we have a good idea of the players we have, and again, we're also seeing. There's a chance Potter might well do something different on the left-hand side, and we shouldn't pay attention to the structure here. All we know, just pick the strongest 11. Potter is unpredictable in terms of his lineup, but I'm going for a four at the back formation, because he predominantly played with three at the back. But the structure in the midfield and the attacking area usually is very different. I'm going to start with you. Roger, it's looking like Kepa has got his chance, and it doesn't look like it changes.
It all depends. I'm not sure. Is Mendy, does he really have a knock on his knee? I don't know. But
I don't think he's injured. Let's go ahead. Why are you taking a look at the bench for the last game to see if that was really the case?
Well, I read something about training, the last training, that Mendy wasn't training, so it could be legitimate. So I don't know, but at the very least, I think Kepa does start the next few games until perhaps Mendy gets more confident with his feet, because he did have a clanger, remember, recently, that conceded the goal. And I'll be honest with you, if you look at Kepa, I watched the game once more last night, and he was very assured in the box. His distribution was excellent. It's one of the best games I've seen him from a confidence level. The way he bossed his box around with his players, and even when he came out for that ball outside of his penalty box, he headed it.
Yeah,
out.
Kepa is naturally, you could say, a sweeper keeper.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So he's fast off his line. As I said before, I don't mind either one of them. They both have their attributes and they both have their downsizes. You know, just like virtually every player. But I don't know. I think Mendy's a better shot stopper, in my opinion. He's bigger. He's got more to smother. But his distribution, it does need to improve. So let's say we start with Kepa. I think that's a fair assumption.
It's not an easy one because I'm not sure really. I don't know that. I'm not seeing the lineup on the screen. I wanted to find out if he was on the bench, because if the case is that he was injured and that's the reason Kepa Arrizabalaga is starting games, then you could say things could still change if he comes back.
Do you think?
But then again, if Kepa, who's guarded the sticks for us in the last two games, continues to start, even if Mendy is out injured and does quite well, it's usually difficult, to swap up goalkeepers like that. So that's why I'm saying maybe it's going to be difficult for him, even if Mendy, if he's injured again and comes back, it'd be difficult for him to get into the team. Bobby, I want to get your thoughts on that one.
I have to say, I mean, we were told that the reason Kepa played was that Mendy was injured. That's what we were told. Personally, I will continue with Kepa. I think Kepa is largely improved. I think at the moment he's the better of the two goalkeepers. And the back line understand him. I don't know about the back defenders that didn't play, but I can't imagine that being too different. For me, Kepa starts. It's as simple as that. Mendy has to find his way back into the side, if at all. It's more than just kicking. It's more than just kicking. Mendy's head hasn't been right for some time. Yeah. I think a lot has weighed down on him. He's also going to have the pressure of the World Cup coming. He needs a break. Mentally, physically, well, that may not apply too much to goalkeepers, but I think mentally he needs a break. And his decision making, his footwork, even the decisions he makes on the ball to start the footwork in the first place.
Yeah.
Against Leeds. Why did he attempt that? That was a rosette ball. If he finds he's under pressure, you lace it. You're the keeper. But he started I don't know if he even knew what he was doing. This not coming out to claim crosses or corners anymore. Slow anticipation of 50-50 balls. You're the goalkeeper. You go for it. I think he needs a break. I would start Kepa for sure.
Do you think Potter actually knows?
Yeah, go ahead, Roger.
Do you think Potter actually knows who his best keeper is? I don't think he knows.
He probably knows. He probably already knows. Again, really? We're talking about, if you remember, we talked about how, again, even before we signed Cucurella, there's a chance that they already started talking with Potter, and even Tuchel knew that this job wasn't going to be, the job wasn't going to be his for a long time. So he knows. Again, the managers, they do watch these games, so he knows, but we don't know who exactly, and it's difficult to tell because we just, as Blue Blood, my brother here, Tobago just confirmed that Mendy wasn't on the bench, which means he was really injured. But the truth remains, goalkeepers, they don't change. You don't change goalkeepers like that. And if Kepa between the sticks, continues to do as well as it's done, it'd be difficult to say, okay, you have to now start sitting on the bench because Mendy has recovered. Plus, considering Mendy hasn't been consistent for a while, those factors will come into play. But go ahead, Roger. You were saying something.
No. That was it. I'm actually not sure that Potter actually truly knows who his best keeper is. Perhaps. I'm just, assuming.
Yeah. I understand that. Bobby, assuming he comes back, what do you think happens? And again, one thing that I noticed the other day, if as small as Kepa is, it looks like, he has more confidence of commanding his area than Mendy has done. And Mendy has all the attributes, that if he, on his day, if he's, fully confident, that you can say he'd always do better than Kepa Arrizabalaga, can do. But that, for a while, there's something seemed off with his confidence. He considered goals from angles he should cover quite well.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. When you have such good professional goalkeepers, I mean, Kepa, don't get me wrong, before he was dropped for Mendy, he was in a horrendous form. He was dropping stinkers left, right, and centre. But Kepa has gone away and worked on himself. He's looked at what Mendy brought to the table to improve the team, which was all based around his physical presence, his wingspan, his ability to collect the ball from the air. And the difference between him and Kepa, quite frankly, was only ever physical. That's when Kepa was in form. And Kepa has worked very hard, as rightly he should do, and commendably, in my opinion, to compensate for that with agility. I mean, against Zagreb, that long ranger that that 9 times out of 10 in the past would have beaten Kepa, at least he got enough of his hand to it to tip it over the bar, which I thought was the turning point for me. And I said, right, this guy needs to start. And if he keeps that going, which is a big ask because, it's a lot to do, but he's got to, if he keeps it going, he stays as number one. The beauty is that with Chelsea is that these two goalkeepers are so well integrated in the team that whichever of them starts, it makes no difference to the defense. They're used to both of them. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. They can still communicate. They can still communicate seamlessly.
They can still communicate. The defense have a feel for what they're about. However, we do have a couple of new defenders in there, which could be a bit of an issue, but I don't think it will be. Whether Mendy starts, I would think he would deserve to start, in Potter's eyes anyway. But for us that have been watching the two of them for the better part of over a year now, I personally think a lot of myself and many fans will be looking at Kepa to start the next game.
Let me quickly, there's 2 interesting comments here, but go ahead. Let me quickly say this. We have 83% says yes, Broja should start and finish the next game. 17% says no. 17% of 36, practically just one person alone. I think that may be, that could be correct. But go ahead, Roger, you were saying something. But quickly, if you haven't, please keep liking the video to help us reach even more people, a wider audience. The likes do quite a lot for the channel and the stream overall. If you haven't liked the video, also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Go ahead, Roger, you wanted to say something.
Also, like you have a head coach like Potter, but more importantly, you have positional coaches. So he's bringing in a whole new staff, including a goalkeeping coach. So this goalkeeper coach, he may coach up both of them. You don't know. Maybe one adheres and responds to this new goalkeeping coach more than the other one. We don't know yet. So that's also a huge factor.
Can you talk more how that comes into play?
Well, it depends on like reading the ball in the air, for instance, giving him confidence, distribution. And I'm not just talking about with your feet, but also with your arm, rolling the ball out, maybe distributing it longer, etc. Also, a confidence. Being goalkeeper, it's a lot of confidence involved. So maybe, for instance, if Mendy is lacking confidence, maybe the new goalkeeping coach will be able to articulate to him, listen, this is maybe he'd be able to tell him things that he hasn't heard before, like, this is your box. You are in charge of your defense. Don't let anyone talk back to you. You have to basically let your colleagues know that you are in charge of the defense, things like that. And also small things with footwork. Being a goalkeeper, it's all about footwork. This is one of the most important things, if not the most important thing. You cannot save unless the ball's right at you. You cannot save a ball unless you get your feet in the right place, you know. So that's a very important thing, sorting out your footwork. And Mendy is a bit, shall we say, well, he's tall, he's lanky, so you know, maybe he can work on his footwork with him more. Like that last goal where he went up for the ball in the air and he just fell down. That should never happen. So maybe get him in the weight room, maybe teaching him about how to handle balls in the air, punching out, or as opposed to when to catch. There's many different aspects of doing.
You can say these are the things he was able to do quite well when he newly arrived.
Yes, yeah.
So something is truly off.
He's a
confidence,
shadow,
probably,
he's a
like you
shadow
said,
of himself from the first 5-10 games when he first played with us. Yeah, I don't recognize him. Maybe he's going through something personal. I have no idea. There's something not right.
Yeah, we have some interesting. Yeah, go ahead.
Also, I want to say something really. It's a faux pas to be beaten at your near post. And when Mendy was beaten at his near post, true, it was a rocket of a shot, but you should never concede at your near post. Never. It's a golden rule. It's sacrilegious.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. We have some interesting contributions in the turn, and I do want us to look at them one by one. Again, if you're coming in, keep liking the video. Also, do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Share the stream on whatever social media platform where you have presence, so that more people can join us. Here's what this one on the screen. Before I go, there's some very interesting comment from Boogeyman that I want us to address. But Bobby, I want to start you with this one again. Prince of Boat says, please talk about the coach, using Azpilicueta while Fofana and Koulibaly are sitting on the bench. I want to get your thoughts on that one. But because really, we had a laugh. We thought, especially when we thought he'd be starting centrally, but when we paid close attention to the selection, it was clear that it was going to be a flat back 3, and then whatever happens in the midfield area and the attacking area was you can say very fluid and very unorthodox. But go ahead, Bobby.
Yeah, I mean, the more I get in discussion about this, the more I am 100% convinced that this was a politically
influenced selection.
It was so clear to me. What he's done is like, how do I put this? How can I? Okay, let me take a schoolboy scenario, if this is even going to make sense. You come into a new school, you look for the sort of bullies in the playground, and decide to make friends with them before you make your real friends. If that makes sense, I think
it makes sense. Yep.
Yeah,
you don't want to go against the big boys. You want to roll with them.
Yeah, he's come in, he's looked at the big characters, the leaders, the established players in the dressing room, and decided to placate them, including Aubameyang, who was traumatized by his own physical assault, and then the fact that the manager he came to play under had gone. And that's a big player, that's a superstar player, a player that Potter is not used to handling. So he thought, okay, I will go first of all to appease them before making changes that I would need to explain to them. So that to me is clear, because I can't see why anyone who is anyone, apart from Tuchel, that is. But even Tuchel, you can see why he did it, because these are the people that won the European Cup with him. But I can't see anyone else why they should play Aspi ahead of Fofana. However, another part to that is the same principle, perhaps to a lesser extent, that we are using with Broja. Fofana is a very young guy. He's 21 years old. Although he has ample Premier League experience with Leicester, but that, he did have a year out, and he's more than capable of holding down his own. But this guy must have thought from a few things he saw quickly in the on the training pitch. he must have thought, right, let me have some time to work with this guy, because undoubtedly he's going to use him, definitely. But he probably
there's no question about that.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to, or the owners will have his ear, But crikey, 71 to 75 million pound worth of footballer with a 5-6 year contract. You will use that player. So I think he just wants a bit of time. He wanted to placate the big boys. He's done that. I would be very surprised if we see that in the next game. He, especially as Fofana, he's not gone to France, has he? He's not gone to the French national team, has he?
I'm not sure who's left. Again, I should have checked that. Again, if you're in the chat, let us know any of the Chelsea players have that will be going for international assignments. I'm not well acquainted with that right now. Yeah, but go ahead, Bobby.
I don't think he has. I think the Africans are going to be playing games. I know, like Senegal and these sort of countries have already qualified for the World Cup, so they will be playing games.
Friendlies, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Fofana will be. So I think he will use him. If he continues to use Aspi in games, then I have to tell you that the love of Graham Potter will not last long at Chelsea, because that shows he's not even doing what we bought him for. That is working with young players, developing them, and using the right players. I know every manager is going to come and do at least one thing that will irritate fans, but if you're doing that, which is blatantly obvious, that Tuchel, who had reason to do that because he kept him as the captain at the club, didn't even do, then you're on a hiding to nothing, really.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much, Bobby. That's a great contribution to that, great response to that question. I don't know, Roger, you have anything to say to that, or we should move on? We have Eddie in the house already. Eddie, how are you doing?
Hi, Coachy. I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you. Let me just start with you immediately.
Hi, Bobby.
Bobby, Eddie is saying hi to you guys.
Hi there. Hi.
Doing well, thanks.
Eddie, just quickly, if you have YouTube on, you might want to mute it, mute the YouTube because we're getting a response here.
No, I don't have anything on, no.
We're getting this echo from your end whenever I'm speaking, but let me ask you this question. Your thoughts on the goalkeeping position. Who do you think will start? Will be the starter?
For the next game, is it?
Not really the next game. We're saying trying to pick the strongest 11 for Chelsea Football Club. So for the goalkeeping position, who do you think picks that?
I think based on what Kepa did the last game, he didn't do anything wrong for me anyway. And just to continue giving him confidence, I think they might just stick with Kepa for the next game at least. But we know Mendy, when he goes out of the team, he will come back a better goalkeeper and he'll be more focused because he became too complacent. I think Kepa became too complacent, thinking, oh, I'll definitely be in goal. But I think if he's pulled out of the game just as some games as they've done now, it's not to knock his confidence, but it's for him just to be more focused. So I think the next game, I think it might be Kepa, but from then on, it will depend on the goalkeeping coaches, what they've seen in training, will highly determine what they think about both of them.
Yeah, that's a good response. Eddie, please check your end. We're getting a feedback there.
All right, okay. I'll just check and I'll get back then, okay?
All right.
Thanks.
So I'm going to come back to you guys. One second. It looks like, yeah, the echo is definitely coming from Eddie's end. And again, I'm going to say, let's say, I think we've talked about the goalkeeping position, and it looks like majority thinks it will be Kepa Arrizabalaga, and it's overall 62%. And I don't blame anybody, because at one point, even those that have argued that Mendy should remain, should still be the guy, the one to be guarding the sticks for us. It remained like that for a while until we start seeing that the error isn't a one-off thing. It started happening nearly, again, averaging one mistake per game. Even Andrew who was one of his biggest, defenders. At one point, when Mendy made the one he made, the last one, I think I tagged him on a tweet saying, "You see that?" He says that was horrendous. I think a lot of people have given up on him at this point, and I don't blame anybody. Again, he can do better than that. We know he can be better, but I think Thomas Tuchel left it. Again, he actually wasn't going to change him. Probably now we're seeing that it was because he got injured. I think he isn't helping Mendy because it's a human thing. When you feel like, again, something is just for keeps, you take it for granted. Even that can happen subconsciously. I don't think Thomas Tuchel handled that very well. So I'm going to end at the poll. I think Mendy, at this point, from what we've seen, plus I don't think like Eddie said, it depends on what the goalkeeping that is a trainers, what they see. And I think Roger said the same thing. Plus, if Mendy keeps doing well, it would be difficult for Potter to drop him for no just cause. Even if Mendy, if Kepa keeps doing well, I don't see Potter dropping him, even if Mendy returns from injury. But we'll move on from that one again. So Kepa, at this point, from everything we're seeing and knowing that it won't be simple to drop him, if he continues doing well, then it will be Kepa between the sticks. I'm going to end that one. Eddie, let me come to you again. Cesar Azpilicueta started in the last game. Your thoughts on that?
I don't think that was it wouldn't fly going forward. I don't see Aspi continuing as the right centre back. That was just clear political move, just to grab, just as Bobby said. Just to know the big boys, not to offend the big boys. That was exactly what Potter did. I don't see that going forward anyway. It should be Fofana. I think that should be Fofana. So, Aspi, if you watch that game, there was a long ball that came. It looks as if Aspi was clearly in possession of the ball. The other guy, the other opponent, Salzburg player ran and got the ball ahead of him. So he's lost that pace. He has to be coming in when games are like, we want to see out games, the experience comes in and then. But for him to be starting, I don't see that anyway. I don't think
But the truth remains, he's never the quickest.
No, it's never the quickest.
He has never at any time been the quickest on the pitch. I think his strongest tool is his ability on one-on-one, defending one-on-one plays. But go ahead.
Yeah, so I think it will be Fofana for me, though.
Bobby, let's see. I want to start you with this one from Boogeyman, which asks the question. It's a tight one, really. I have to let you know. I think it's this one here, which reads, do you think it's a coincidence that both Mendy and Koulibaly were both a bench? I think Graham Potter may think benching Mendy may influence Koulibaly's performance. That's some tight logic there. But I want to know, what do you think about that, Bobby?
I mean, to be honest, I'm inclined to think that is just coincidence and not strategy. I can't see the strategy in that. I can't see the sense in that. Mendy and Koulibaly, okay, they play for the same country. That's about it. That's about it. They've never played for the same club. They probably, only know each other through their national team affiliations. Apart from that, I've never sort of seen any indication that they're this sort of big, great buddies. If anything, Koulibaly is greater friends with Jorginho than Mendy. And Mendy seems to have a good relationship with Kepa, believe it or not. That's what I've seen. I mean, I don't know. I'm not.
That's
there.
based on what we see on the surface level.
Yeah, that's what I've seen. So I'm not sure about that. I don't see the relevance. I don't see the strategy. I don't see the point. I just think it's just a coincidence that Mendy is off form for sure and injured apparently, and Koulibaly was just kept till later because of his strategy to appease the big boys. And mind you, Koulibaly clearly is still getting used to the pace or and ferocity of the Premier League. Although this wasn't a Premier League game, he didn't exactly crown himself in too much glory against Zagreb either. He didn't do badly, but for a player of his reputation.
Correct me if I'm wrong. He didn't start centrally, right? He started on the left. While Fofana started centrally.
What, against Zagreb?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think
Yeah, but go ahead. Go ahead.
The game. That detail.
Yeah. I think he started. He started on the left. Yes.
Yeah, to me, the biggest issue that day was Fofana starting centrally. But go ahead.
Fofana was middle.
What you're saying? Sorry.
Okay. I mean, Fofana starting centrally. Yeah. I mean, does he have the head for it? That position is. I mean, you Americans will be familiar with your quarterback. You've got to be the bit of a brain, maybe a bit of a mature player to play that position. And I thought it was quite brave. Although Tuchel has done that before. Remember when he played Chalobah centrally, albeit it was against Brentford, but they did quite well that day actually. Or was it? Yeah, it was Chalobah, Christensen, and it was a very young back three. I remember. Or was it Christensen? He played central. Anyway, he's done weird things like that before. But no, that's not a good idea. Not when you have the likes of Koulibaly and Thiago Silva to occupy that position. And because of their age and perhaps slightly less pace, although Koulibaly has got some pace considering his age, but, certainly less than Fofana's, I think it would be, it's a waste putting Fofana in there and putting Koulibaly outside. But
again, I didn't understand that decision that day, but we move from it. Again, anybody want to add something to this contribution from our brother Faudi as a boogeyman? Roger, Eddie, you have anything to say? Should we move on from that one?
I think it's purely coincidental.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. How about you? Okay, that's it from our. That's a quick one. Eddie, anything you think it's coincidence? You think we should just move on from it?
Yeah, clearly coincidence. Yeah, I don't think.
Okay, Boogeyman, you have your answer. Let me catch up with what we have in the chat. I'll come back again. We'll talk about the back three, flat back three, if you want to fish it that way. Again, Coach and panel, big up to you too. Dan, I've seen your messages. When I find space, I will get back to you. I just want to keep it to 4 people at this point. Again, I actually rather Kepa starting next. Hopefully, Mendy gets his contract sorted out and he's focused back. Because seriously, Mendy has let our defense down, leading to TT sacking. A break may do him good. Again, we must come to the fact that the owners, they've come out and said openly TT Sackins wasn't down to footballing, get the performances of the team. Again, it was due to lack of proper communications between the ranks or the hierarchy at the club being cut off when it gets to them trying to reach TT.
Do you know what? I believe that, Coach. I really believe that. I do. I think that's the reason. I don't think it's anything that anybody else is cooking up in their head. That is the reason. They just don't see him as that guy for the project. Simple. And
it's believable.
Yeah.
Again, let's be factual here. We're talking about people, or let me say objective, who are from the business world, where it's not football, where communication is important between the ranks, from the supervisor to the manager, to the bigger stakeholders like the owners and all that. Any disconnection, it's a big issue. And you could say, football clubs are set up in a manner that even if there isn't a direct, even if such happens, things can still go on. But they want it. It could maybe that if you listen to the man, you can see he's bringing some ideas that are that's not very common in the football world. And I think it's important to them. And I strongly believe that myself. And I think that's the case. Again, anybody want to say anything? Should I move on? Roger, AD, any of you want to add to what we're looking at on the screen, or should I just move on?
Can I just add a slight deviation?
Sure. Go ahead, Bobby.
I think during this international break, it is really, really an opportune time for the board to get this director of football and indeed the chief scout. This is crucial to the efficiency of Chelsea Football Club going forward. And crucial to any sort of business dealings in terms of transfers that we will do in January, because effectively our January transfer strategy starts now, and probably the summer transfer strategy starts now. It's now you start whispering to players or putting out information and getting certain journalists to be doing some groundwork for you. It's now. So the biggest signing we will have during this period of outside the transfer window is that. And I hope they realize that, and I hope they get it done.
Well, what about that chap Frund? Haven't we put pen to paper with him?
Well,
and if so, what position does he take?
Coach said he agreed yesterday, but I haven't really seen any of the big...
You're talking about DOF prospect?
Yeah, Fabrizio Romano and that say that, conversations are still ongoing. So,
yeah, and he acknowledged it when asked.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of, he didn't deny it, and, it's quite clear.
But what position? Will he be a technical director or a DOF?
A DOF, more importantly.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Bobby. You were saying something.
I mean, DOF, technical director, often they're one and the same, really. You have to have some technical football knowledge to be a DOF.
Look at Pedicek. He was basically a technical director, but he wasn't DOF.
That was an invented role, by the way.
Yeah, that was.
But you could argue technically, again, it is. Yeah, but it was an ingenious idea, actually, that worked well for Thomas Tuchel.
Yeah, he actually mentioned it.
Because it meant that, he had things his way. Petr does all the communication between the higher ranks in the transfer activities that he hates to get involved in.
He
hated to. So yeah.
I mean, it does work, and it did work for that board because, clearly Marina had all the purse strings, and she wouldn't give that up for anything. And so being a director of football was a position she put herself in, and there was no taking her out of that. So a technical football person was needed, and Petr Cech just slotted in as a past player and somebody that really wasn't that interested in the backroom board power struggle that would have taken place had he wanted to be buying players directly. However, this is a different model. And I think what Bowley and Co are looking at, especially from the feeling I got from Christoph Freund at Stamford Bridge, is he is coming in not only as a director of football, but with technical knowledge, because he was making notes about the playing, which is telling me that this guy is looking at patterns of play, and he's meant to be meeting with Graham Potter. So he's going to understand the footballing side before he does the business side. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So a director of football, sporting director, some people call them technical director. In most clubs, they're usually the same person.
All right, let me catch up with what we have in the chat. I'll come back. Eddie, you wanted to say something? Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, they are the same, but I think looking at what the owners are saying, they want to split those offices, those positions. I think they're looking at splitting them, making technical director, having a DOF and all separate. Because if you had read some of the comments they said.
Well, then that's where Campos comes in. So maybe what they want is Campos as DOF and Freund as technical director. Maybe.
Go ahead, Eddie. You were still saying something.
Yeah, they want to split. They're looking to split it because I read somewhere where they said there are so many positions to be filled in the club. So they have so many places to fill, and they want to split the functions. I think they don't want to lump so many things together. They want to split like the technical aspect, the footballing aspect, and everything. Even though they are like similar, but they think they want to have separate people handling the areas. So we might
they
be
want to
saying
simplify things as much as possible. Go
they
ahead.
want to as much as possible. They want to try and get, if possible, if they can get like Campos and then get in front and all. That's it. And I was talking about this technical, whatever is it from Brentford or something. They're looking at different people. So from what I read, they want to separate the technical and then the DOF and then get it going. And then I won't be surprised, going back to Peter Cech. Peter Cech struck a very good relationship with Tuchel, and he really, really affected Tuchel. If you listen to his interview,
Yes.
he missed the absence of Cech really affected Tuchel. So I won't be surprised. Let's keep an eye on that going forward. If Tuchel ends up in any football club, he might lure Cech to come in there. That's the kind of strong relationship and the bond I see from what they've done together.
I agree.
I mean, that's okay, but the disadvantage with that is that it will never have the same impact. The reason why it worked so well at Chelsea was that you have to understand that Petr Cech is a real Chelsea insider.
Legend.
He's part and parcel of the fabric of that very, very.
And he understood that is
period.
the former structure. That is the structure that was in place
exactly
better than anybody, most people.
Exactly. So
Yeah,
I mean, there weren't many technical. There weren't many technical directors that when you have your fans about to riot and protest, going out there and talking to them, and they all go home. You know, so he was like, I mean, the only people I can think of that could do that is Petr Cech, John Terry, Didier Drogba, those sort of people. That won't happen at another club.
Ray Wilkinson.
Well, Ray Wilkinson.
Yeah, the difference, the main difference then is that because he's one of us.
Yeah, exactly.
No matter what happens. So people listened when he came out and spoke and asked them to go home. They listened to calm down, you know. And then probably the club sent him because they knew
the relationship.
You know, the fans would listen to him.
Of course.
Yeah, but go ahead. You wanted to say something, Eddie, so we can
during the protest.
Chat. We can continue building the lineup. Go ahead. Whoever was talking.
Yeah, remember the protest when they had this what was it called? This football splitting. What was it called? So the Super League.
Yeah.
Petr Cech came out to talk to the fans, and they really respected him. That's really true. Yeah.
I actually firmly believe that there's a strong possibility that if Petr Cech had remained in place, that the relationship between Bowley and Tuchel would not have been as strained.
Correct.
That's no guarantee, and here's why. Maybe Bowley wanted a direct communication line with Thomas Tuchel and not nobody else, because we've heard. Again, I've read some stuff saying that whenever he's required to present something, he usually sends his assistant.
Sure.
So again, that's no guarantee.
Add to that, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't think it would have made any difference. I think Petr Cech left recognizing that with new ownership, the new owners want their own appointments.
Yes, of course.
Don't be surprised the next ex-player they will appoint to an integrated part with the board is going to be John Terry. Now, why do I say
it's looking like it?
Yeah, John Terry is making all the right noises. Apparently now he's doing exams to be, executive exams and so on. He will be the next person they will use in place of Petr Cech. And it's not that they have anything against Petr Cech. It's just that they want to make it their appointment. And it's everything they're doing is pointing to that. They want their own things in place, and I think it's very hard to begrudge them that.
Sure.
It's what people nature. Do. Yeah.
Did you see John Terry on the screen from 2 nights ago, sitting in the stand?
Exactly.
Did you see his son next to him? He's a spitting image. He's like a young mini-me.
Yeah.
All right, let me catch up on the chat. I'll come back. We'll continue building the lineup. Yeah, again, I've read this one. And here, the Dawn Cullen Mari says that let us pray for our club to make better in UEFA. Okay, yeah. Whether you're Muslim, Christian, again, whatever higher power you believe in, pray for the club. Prayers do go a long way. That's the truth. Again, our team in Shambles Roger and Tiki Taka football just pass and move. We don't have ability to care to score. Again, Santiago Munoz, how are you doing, brother? Nice to see you here. Thanks for finding the time to join us. It's Kami. Again, good morning to you. Morning, Coach. A bigger panel and chat. Same here, brother. I hope you're doing well. And again, Tayo A says Kepa is not worthy to play for Chelsea. You think so? And you let me know if you're not being biased. Let me just have you be the one to give me the answer. Again, I could easily fall into that category because I'm an African. And Mendy being an African goalkeeper, I'd say, okay, start him over there. But if you're being objective, you say it's time, he get disciplined, just by say, okay, you sit out. The errors have continued. They haven't stopped. Again, we thought it was a one-off thing, but it has continued, and he has been averaging, one mistake per game. So this is Chelsea. And one mistake could mean us going out of the Champions League or us, not winning a trophy and all that. Yeah, so without reason like that. Again, let me see anything else said to read. If not, I'll come back to the panel. Koulibaly, Mendy have both underperformed so far. I wouldn't blame Koulibaly. We're seeing flashes of what he's capable of doing. Last-ditch tackles, his acceleration is next to none in that team. The issue was always going to be there. And that's especially true when you don't have a good defensive midfielder to screen the defense. So again, the vulnerability that was there was, apparent. It was obvious. That's because they lack chemistry, to a concerning measure, because that's two changes in like three. I think one of them was 3 changes. You have Fofana, Koulibaly, and Cucurella. It depends on where Cucurella was deployed in the games in question. But the fact is, too many changes, especially in the defensive line, even 2 players alone can cause lack of cohesion there. And cohesion is very, very critical, having a solid defensive line. And again, like I said before, the issues that we had there was, were exploited because we didn't have good defensive midfielders who are able to read the game and stop the opposition from coming at our defense. Because the more the opposition, they have the chance to come at your defense, again, a few times they will get through. So do I think that was why he was dropped, his performance? I don't think so. I think you can argue the manager, Graham Potter, he went to familiar faces and had just one, you could say, new face in the defense, which reduces the lack of cohesion that we've seen in the 2 previous games, because those guys, Azpilicueta has played alongside Thiago Silva, they know themselves very well. And again, the only difference there was Cucurella, so it's less of a problem. But if you had Fofana on the right-hand side, you had 2 players of flanking an individual they haven't played for, together for a while. So chemistry still lacks to you could say considerable measure, if you prefer, because building chemistry isn't just something that happens in just a few games. And they train together, but the match atmosphere is much more different from that, different from a training ground atmosphere. So anybody there want to add to that? ADU, Roger, or Bobby?
Good point.
Okay.
Good point.
Okay, let me just move on so we come back. Go ahead and building the lineup again. It says again, Chelsea should have signed Ivan Toney for this project instead of Alba. But let's see again. Let's not jump to conclusions. Yes, that's so soon. Again, that brings me to what I've said always when I hear people arguing that Arsenal signed a better of the two of Sterling and Gabriel Jesus. I'd say just calm down. The season is just starting. By the time we get to mid-season, maybe that's when you look at it and say, come make that decision. Let us know if they signed the better player or if we did. Potterball starts with a goalkeeper and Kepa fits at that, but eventually Mendy may cut it base and save again. That is if Kepa still cannot deal with savable shots. He's shown you how much, how flexible it is, that he can actually leap. It's not the tallest, but he can get the balls. He can stop the ball from getting into the post at the 90th angle. And that's not the first time. I've seen him do that before. He's good with his feet. He can read the game very well. He's a sweeper keeper, and that's important if we're going to be playing a very high line. But it's hard. It's really difficult to tell who part to pick. Like Roger said before, it may well come down to the goalkeeping. The goalkeeper, that's the trainers, what they prefer. So let me start with you on this one, AD. The back three for you. Yeah, go ahead.
Just about Kepa and the fact that the point you've made about him being a sweeper keeper.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember when in the game against Salzburg, they had a fast break and they actually beat the last man and were on the way towards goal. And Kepa came right out of his goal and actually collected the ball and played it away. And,
he headed
midpoint in our half. I don't see Mendy having that speed of thought to do that. And if Kepa keeps this form, I don't think Mendy gets back that number 1 shirt for a long time.
That was in the first half, and he headed the ball out. It was a one-on-one break, and our man was beaten for sure. Yeah, that's a goal, probably.
And a goalkeeping position isn't something change easily. Go ahead, Roger.
No, I thought, as I said, since watching the game for a second time last night, I was impressed with Kepa. I paid more attention to him. It's one of the best games he's played for Chelsea.
Yeah, but the coolest shells, again, make sure to go check out that YouTube channel. Again, he's on occasion sent me links to participate on, on his streams. I would do that, and quite a lot. I promise you that, brother. I hope you understand my schedule is very tight. I wake up 2 a.m. every day, start preparing for the Blue Morning Show. Plus, the last time you sent that, I had the show on the other channel, the sister channel, Soccer Perspective. So please bear with me. The chance will come, a lot of collaborations, and please do share the link to your channel so people can go check it out. So, AD, I'm going to come to you. Please, your back three and why. We're taking this slowly with analysis. And again, I want you to also, while you talk about that, pay attention to what Potter did with Cucurella. He played him as in the left center-back position. And honestly, to me, you can argue he was by far the man of the match. Yes, Sterling scored. Other players did quite well too. And you could say overall it was a good performance. It's just that we didn't take our chances. So, Eddie, for you, your back three and why?
I think it would be Fofana, the right side, and in the middle would be Silva. And then on the left, just as you said, Cucurella. I think we can see more of Cucurella on the left.
Rather than Koulibaly. Yeah.
I think so. Koulibaly looks, I don't know, he's not that comfortable on that left. I've not seen anything to say he's nailed down that left side. He's not. Maybe he's still settling into the Premier League.
He plays centrally for Senegal, right?
Yeah. So I would rather say if Silva is to be rested, then in the middle, we have Koulibaly. So it'll be Fofana, Koulibaly, and Cucurella.
I think I agree with that because it makes a perfect sense not to, because Koulibaly, Bobby, I know you already talked about the importance of, experience. If any player should lead the back line, it should be the most experienced. And you could say Koulibaly, he has, the pedigree overall, if you want to phrase it that way, the experience, if you prefer, to lead that back line. He's done it for Senegal, and I think he's done it for Napoli too, but usually in some cases you see him on the left. But he's actually predominantly right-footed. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, correct.
Although he's able to pass the ball with both legs comfortably. So I'd say, again, I'd say we're better off, using him as a rotational player with Thiago Silva. Again, because Silva can't play every game. And it would be safer. We have the Champions League, we have the Cup games, we have the Premier League. So it would be better off play a Silva in one, play Koulibaly in the other one, or maybe 2 games each again. Because if we risk playing them and both gets injured, then we don't have any player in the team capable of leading the back line comfortably. We saw that against Zagreb. If it was Koulibaly who led the team centrally, or Silva who led the team centrally, that guy that, the counter wouldn't have progressed anything closer to our goalpost. They would have rather taken a red card taken one for the team. But I don't know what Fofana was thinking. You can say lack of experience led to him, the Zagreb guy outsmarting him. So I think that's the perfect back 3 there, because I'd see Graham Potter going for Ben Chilwell as the left wing back man there, while Cucurella plays here, because he executed that role to a T the other day. Your thoughts again? Your thoughts, Bobby.
Sorry, I was trying to unmute. Cucurella, left centre back. In the Premier League, that starts to give me some concern. I appreciate he played well. I appreciate he has a leap on him. There were times where Cisco and the other guy, I've forgotten his name, did look to tower over him and kind of intimidate him. He held his own well, but the Premier League is a different kettle of fish. The way they will low block and counter-attack is with more aggression, and I have some concerns, I do. I tend to err more in the side of physicality in that sense, because, you remember Tuchel, he would often talk about having height in defense. We need that. I saw Chalobah try to play there, although he made a few mistakes, but I think that was just due to the fact that he was rusty more than the fact that he can't play there. It's a hard one for me. It's a hard one. I would rather not see it, to be honest. I would rather maybe put Chalobah there. If he has Koulibaly behind him in the centre with maybe Cucurella in front of him, it's probably a better deal than leaving Cucurella to do that in a Premier League game against a side that's clearly going to be physical. I know they're a ball-playing side, but these sides become physical when they play Chelsea, and that will be what Palace will do.
Roger, do you agree with Bobby? What do you think? What do you deeply think Potter would do on this left-hand side, the left wing back, and the left centre back?
Yeah, I haven't been impressed with Koulibaly all that much. I've heard nothing but high praise for him, especially from people. I know he's biased, but Gab Marcotti, who loves the Serie A, and he cannot stop waxing lyrical about Koulibaly, one of the top defensive backs, and he's in
the world, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. And he's like many a player before him. He's adjusting to the physicality and the speed, which is fine. I get it. But I was expecting him to have a faster transition. And I understand, he's a bit impetuous too. He's got quite a few red cards in his career also. This is something you have to take into consideration. But like what Bobby said, I would prefer someone, even though Cucurella does have leaping ability, but I would prefer, from a goalkeeping perspective, a more physical presence. But we've been blessed. We have depth. They can interchange. We can, some cup games X can play there, and some EPL games Y can play there. So we're blessed. Just like in the keeper position, we have depth. This is a good thing. Where would Potter want to go? I'm assuming he's probably going to go with. Well, it all depends, because like you said, we'll play Chilwell in the left wing back, but then again, who knows? If we play a 3-5-2, he may put Sterling there. You don't know. Just like
what we saw in the last game.
there's so much diversity. We have the luxury, not just with the players, but also the positions and the formations, and with the head coach, to actually move things around, to keep opponents off balance. And I wasn't too high on Cucurella at first when I found out we were getting him, but he adds another dimension to our team. It's what would Potter go for? I would personally want Koulibaly, because I think over time, give him 10, 20 games, he's going to fit in. He will acclimate, so to speak. But I think Potter may initially lean towards Cucurella there. Potentially, that's I'm hedging my bet towards that. But from Bobby's perspective, I totally agree. I would want more physicality, but at least we can rotate. Look, every player cannot start. Well, what is it? Including the Charity Shield, you have a maximum of 67 games per year. Maximum, potentially, hypothetically. We played 63 last year, I believe it was.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot play 55 to 60 games each person. A, mentally, and B, physically, obviously, especially in this league. So you're going to need to, the average player, great player, will play about 40, 45 probably, including some subs and so forth. And plus, with the advent of having 5 substitutes, I think this bodes well for both players. I think we're going to have a rotation. So to keep fresh, I think that's important. But then again, having said that, you do need continuity in the back three more often than not.
Yeah, because that's where I argue against that. Again, Koulibaly's issue isn't really, again, a part of it, yes, you could argue, is the pace of the Premier League, but that isn't really the issue. Lack of proper understanding, proper communication is what I sensed, what I observed is the issue he's struggled with. He's found, out of position on occasions. Had there been a proper communication, I don't think that will happen, having an experienced head like Thiago Silva in the team and him in the team. But again, communicate or maybe proper chemistry. But I think that's a better language than communication, because they both speak Italian. Thiago Silva, speaks Italian. Koulibaly does. So communication isn't the issue. So it's probably understanding of how each other operates, or let's better put chemistry. Yes,
that back line I would equate to in American sports for the offensive line in American football. It takes not as much as American football, because it takes seasons to gel for the offensive line, especially the left tackle, etc. But it does take time more than virtually any other position for them to. Don't forget, you make one mistake and they score. You make one mistake in the forwards, you just don't score, and that's invariably the case. But you're more scrutinized in defense, because inherently that mistake does lead to a goal. So it takes time to gel for chemistry and communication, and to know when one person is going to be when another person goes out to go forward, etc. So, we can't expect miracles at first. I believe give us another 10, 15 games, we'll know, and then we'll improve. Injuries aside, of course.
Yeah, I guess again, like we usually do here, those in the chat will probably make a decision that will trump everything we've talked about here. That's the thing. Usually we talk for like 10 years. We put a poll out, boom, it changes everything. But it's important we talk about it anyway. That's why we're here.
In goal.
Yeah, yeah. Again, but I still think there's a chance it becomes Koulibaly here. And like you've mentioned, rotation will be key too. And there'll be a rotation. Rotation will be Chilwell and Cucurella for the left wing back position.
Or Sterling in a.
Sterling, actually, like he did the last time. He started there. And that's another thing we have to talk about later on. The complaint has been that Thomas Tuchel plays people out of position. Now, I don't hear people talk about it. As much as I tried to explain before, when you see the likes of Ruben Loftus-cheek here, or Hakim Ziyech here, or whoever that's a winger here, the primary role isn't to defend, but to overload the midfield. And also overload the final third area. But people just wanted something to complain about, or probably because their favorite player is playing in that position and isn't playing in their preferred positions. They act like they don't understand football.
Sure. Coach, can I quickly say something? When he
Yeah.
played Sterling in that position, his primary duty was to run into the channel down the left side.
Exactly.
It wasn't
overall the
defensive.
midfield, support the attack, support the midfield.
Checkmate.
And again, if you paid attention, Graham Potter's, that is the key you can attribute to the way his team perform. It's a triangular shapes, creating passing lanes for the man with the ball, and also overloading areas, be it in the defensive area to be able to progress the ball easily. They overload, tend to have more numbers than the opponent.
And they have a
everywhere.
Look how much space Sterling had invariably in that game on the left side. I mean, it was incredible. I think it suits him well.
Yeah. So let me bring in Eddie, if you don't mind. Let me bring in the coolest chance because Eddie. I hope that's okay. He's at work. Let me bring in him. Probably comes on here to fight me, and I want to know what he's here for. Tobago, brother, how are you doing, man?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Fine. Thank you. I can't complain, and thank you for asking. You've seen the players who picked Kepa for between the sticks. Fofana on the right-hand side. Silva certainly starts, except if he's injured. But the argument here is, again, who starts on the left? What do you think Potter would do, given how he utilized Cucurella in the last game? And he did, you could say, exceptionally well. That's a word that can't pronounce. What do you think it will be, we'll see mostly? Is it going to be Cucurella here? Is it going to be Koulibaly here?
Yes. To be honest, from my side, I feel like it's going to be Cucurella. Thank you for
presenting your ID. And for everybody on the panel, his ID is the three-word sentence, to be honest. If you didn't say that, there's a chance that isn't him. Go ahead.
So I feel like, as you said, Cucurella will play some games, Koulibaly will play some games. So we need to manage that. Also, I feel like sometimes we need to protect Thiago Silva. Sometimes we need to play Koulibaly in the middle of the back three so that he can use that experience, speed and stuff. But again, I was listening to you guys talking about the wingbacks. If you watch Brighton, the way they play, their wingbacks is not to defend. Their wingbacks is to attack, to create overload. And then I remember Fairboy made a video about this. Like, why don't Thomas Tuchel play natural wingers there in order to create offload?
A lot of Chelsea fans complain that.
And this is simple. Look at Sterling. I enjoyed watching Raheem Sterling that game because he was so effective. Unfortunately, we couldn't score a lot of goals and stuff.
How about Ruben Loftus-cheek? Whenever Thomas Tuchel deployed him on the right wing back position, he enjoys it and he's good to watch and he does better there. Go ahead, brother.
Yes, exactly. So the reason now we know we have an issue with our midfielder. In order to play that system, a national wingers playing wingbacks, we need a proper defensive midfielder that will sit and help our three center backs, because that's the issue I have in, because we are going to attack with 5 or 6 players and then we create the space at the back. So and then with counter-attacks we're going to be exposed. So now with Zakaria is given a chance, or in January we buy a defensive midfielder so that he can sit. We don't want someone who's going to go forward while we have that formation, because it's so good attacking Wesley. But again, due to defensive, that goal they scored against us, that's poor, man. I'm sorry, that's poor. That's poor.
Yeah.
That should never happen again. I hope Graham Potter will learn from that, because that's the issue we're having under Tuchel. Like, we score goals and we consider almost similar goals, always. So I hate it. I hate it when I see this kind of things again. But again, I enjoyed watching the boys playing that night. Hopefully, we'll be clinical. That's the issue I'm having now. We need to be clinical. Because the way we are playing, we're going to create a lot of chance. So we need to score at least 3 or 4 goals in a game. I don't care we don't keep a clean sheet until you get it right, as long as we win games.
Yeah, but I think I agree with you. You made some great points. So again, I'm happy you're not here to fight me today. You're here to make your point. But you know I love you, brother. I'm just kidding. Anyway, again, I saw a question. James Mwinga, is this a TT's or Porter's lineup? Again, both managers do your research. They play nearly the same, deploy, nearly the same formation. But the difference is after the back three. For Potters, what he does from the midfield and the attacking area, again, he's very unorthodox in those, his approach, application in those areas. So do not mind the structure. We're just trying to pick the back
Coach,
11. Yeah.
Sorry for disturbing you again. Our system, when we attack with 5 or 6 players. And when we defend, we play for sort of a 4-4-2. So that's why I said that goal we considered was poor because it clearly the guys didn't form a structure. Because like when we attack, we go with full power, and when we defend, we play 4-4-2. That's how I was telling people. Sterling is not a wing back. The way
No,
play.
he's not. He's there to attack and overload the midfield area and the attacking area. And again, like you mentioned it, thank you for mentioning that. Again, the application is dynamic. The application is different. When we defend, it looks like 4 at the back. When we attack, it's 3 men, even sometimes 2 people. But it depends on who you have on the pitch and how whether they overlap or underlap. So yeah, it's thank you for bringing that up. The structure is very dynamic, especially with Graham Potter. But usually pay attention when we attack 3 at the back, when we defend 4 or even 5. It depends. Again, that's by the way. Thank you for bringing that up, Tobago. Let me catch up with the chat. I think Bobby hasn't spoken about his back 4. I know Roger has. I think we started with AD. So the next person to speak will be Bobby. Again, totally agree. In the middle will be either Silva or Koulibaly. Yeah, but I'm not for again. What's his name? Fofana starting centrally. He doesn't have that experience to lead the back line. That's a huge role. And again, you could say, our defense looked really bad at Zagreb, given that there's no proper coordination there. But that's, by the way, here we have, again, a big up Coachila panel and everyone in the chat sent to you in life. No limits. I hope you're doing well. And Sheila says that Koulibaly is a solid defender. Just the pace of the Premier League is where he needs to adjust quickly. Our problems are the forwards are making the right decisions in the final third. Again, one lingering issue you could say is our inability to create chances from the center position. Even from the time, or you can say Frank Lampard, the chances we create have all come from the flanks and mostly on the carpet. Again, you can say that that's down to the players we have that play as the 8 or as the 6s. Not maybe Jorginho. Sometimes you see him put in some. For a one-touch pass, actually, you go, wow, this guy is capable of doing this. Yes, he is, but he hasn't done it consistently. So, yeah, we've lacked the ability to create from central positions. So that's why when you see Raheem Sterling make some runs, raising his hand like this, and Jorginho will up to go backward to sideways, and you see him being frustrated. I hope that changes, but I don't see it changing until we make some important changes in the 8 positions or the 6s. Again, we're moving from that one. It says again, let me see. Yeah, I'm all good. Okay, just saying, economics, brother. It's been a while. Please do let me know how you're doing. Big up Blues Money, Coachila, and the esteemed panelists. Potential, again, portable remains to be figured out, but I find that this period where everyone is given a chance the most enjoyable. I think that's a delicious comment right there. Again, even you can't figure Potter out. That was why I say it again. He is a very, very unorthodox in his approach. You can't tell. Sometimes you see something like 3-3-3-1 or something similar like that. You can't even explain. Sometimes you get confused. You have to sit back, use pen and paper again, watch the whole game to be able to tell. Okay, this is a structure I'm seeing here. That's how he likes his team to play. Very dynamic approach, triangular shapes, to create more passing lane for the man with the ball. But that's, by the way, I'm going to come back to the panel. And Bobby, your thoughts on the back three?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that with the break, the international break, bearing in mind we're not playing this weekend, that it will afford Potter the opportunity to play the defenders that he didn't play the last time, partly due to placating the senior players and also due to the fact that he felt there's no point having everybody new. He's new, the defense is new. It was just a recipe for some problems, so he went for stability. But I think these players need to be used, and I would go for Fofana at the right. I would go for big responsibility putting Koulibaly in the centre, especially if he is going away. Remember, Aspi can play in the centre as well. Would he have enough?
Maybe not.
No.
Bobby, you seem to forget Aspi isn't the most technically gifted. His biggest asset is his ability to win one-on-ones.
I'm not saying it certainly. I'm just mentioning that. But I'm looking at the international break, which is significant for us. What do? I will go Fofana on the right. Thiago Silva, certainly in the middle, depending on the international break burden that Brazil has. And I will still go Chalobah on the left. That has to be it for me. That has to be it for me.
Why Chalobah on the left?
Physicality and height. I think it's going to be important against Palace.
All right. Anybody else? I think everybody on the panel has spoken about the back three. Let's see.
Chalobah on the left, I mean.
Yeah, I know. I heard that really, but again, Roger, have you spoken about the back three? I don't think you have.
Yeah, well, okay. Memorably, obviously. My concern is when Silva needs to be rested, where does he start? I mean, who starts in front of him? That's
here's the thing. If Silva is rested, I think we've done this before, but we're going to complete it this time because we have enough time to keep the process. I don't think we'll be able to complete it today because we'll do 4-4, 4-3-3 also, so to speak. Again, we do this with analysis, considering I think we've done this before, and our agreement, even those in the chat, agree that if Silva doesn't start, if Koulibaly is available, let's forget whether he's traveling or not to the World Cup or not. I think Koulibaly starts here. We have a break during the World Cup, that's obvious. Koulibaly starts centrally when Thiago Silva isn't fit enough to start or if he's rested.
Agreed.
We've agreed on that before. He's the most capable to lead the back line. I've seen him do that before. And he's capable of doing that. His ability on the ball, you could say the only person you could say better than him on that is Silva. But go ahead with what you were saying, Roger.
And so, okay, so who's our starter on the left predominantly? I would have assumed it's going to be Koulibaly, and then who would replace him is either going to be Cucurella, probably.
Yeah, because we have a serious issue here. Now, here's where it is complicated. This left-hand side, Sterling have played here. So we've seen, and we knew before time that Potter, he approaches the game in similar way, in terms of his selection, in similar way as, in similar manner as Thomas Tuchel, playing wingers in the wing-back position. So if that's a constant thing, then we have Chilwell, which isn't really the best in playing in the left centre back position. Maybe he tried to, nurture him to start doing that, because if he prefers playing wingers here, then there's an issue in finding a place for Ben Chilwell. But you go ahead with your thoughts. It's your turn.
Well, if that's the case, then I think when he opts to use a 4-3-3 or a 4-2-3-1, I think Chilwell will be our left player. I think that's where Chilwell will be used predominantly more than anyone. Or left back. That's what I believe. Because we're not going to be using a back three all year, from what I've been told.
No. He switches things off. But so predominantly at Brighton, Right, there's a video also Ty made, Ty Talks made. You should. I think I'll find the link. I shared with you. Very analytical. Again, he explains very well Potter's preferred approach to games and how many percentage of the times he played back three and back four and all that. Very good video. I'll share the link with you. But yeah, go ahead with what you're saying.
So I think there's plenty. Don't forget, you have to take in wear and tear. You're going to have people that have knocks. I wouldn't call them injuries, but just knocks where they're bruised or they need a rest for a week or two. Over the course of a 55 to 60 game season, you're going to need depth. And I don't worry about Chilwell not starting enough or Cucurella not starting enough. I think based on the flexibility Potter will use, I don't see that as an issue whatsoever. I think each player will start at least 20, 25 games in different and varying positions.
But most definitely there will be preferred starters.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm just worried. My main concern is A, Silva's wear and tear, and B, we need to find a natural replacement for him by next season. I can't see in 12 months' time maintaining this level. His body's going to break down.
Mm-hmm. But with what we have, who do you think starts centrally when he's not playing?
So Koulibaly, by the sounds of it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it's going to be that for the left centre back, it's going to be Koulibaly when Silva is playing and Cucurella when he's not. But then Chalobah, where does Chalobah fit in? Because he's going to need 15, 20 games.
Probably mainly on the right hand side.
Yeah, with Fofana.
And I think he'll be again the rotational player for Fofana.
And I love Chalobah. I mean, not because he's from the academy, but he impressed me. He really did. He had a few faux pas, but he's young. Look at his age. If he was 30, 32, then yes, I say, yeah, he's not that good. But he has potential. I'm actually quite pleased with our rotational back line. We have serious depth now, especially with the advent of Cucurella. He adds a new dynamic to the game. So it's good.
Yeah, I honestly do think. I think Chalobah will get his chance. I think there's no single player will play all the games. Otherwise, that player will burn out. They're humans, no matter how.
So in essence, our starting back three, the majority of the time, I would assume. Well, see, I would assume it's going to be Koulibaly, Silva, Fofana, but that Koulibaly could change more often than not with the fact that you're going to be playing Cucurella there, plus Koulibaly will be playing covering for Silva because Silva can't play any. So I think to say there's a true starter for the left cornerback, I don't think there's going to be such a true starter. I think it's going to toggle between Cucurella and Koulibaly because Koulibaly will be playing in the centre a lot also. That's my thought.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, again, but we've also seen again, there's a chance he plays a natural wing back there because James played in his natural role.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. So I think the people in the chat, I think, let me look at the poll. It says, again, left centre back 40%, Cucurella. Again, Koulibaly 60%. Let's go with Koulibaly here. And if Koulibaly isn't playing there, I think the most likely, as we've seen, to play if Koulibaly isn't playing there will be Cucurella. So it makes sense to add Cucurella here. Go ahead.
I think that's a fair assumption. And then underneath, Cucurella.
Yeah, here we have Cucurella.
Yeah, and don't forget, let's say a third of the game Silva will not start, and Koulibaly will be starting in the centre. So Koulibaly's going to be on the pitch a lot.
He will. Again, I still don't want to go back to talking about Fofana starting centrally against Zagreb.
No, I don't think so either.
I don't think so. Again, people, if you're watching, 61 people watching and 54 likes, please beef up the like count. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. If you haven't, we've gained a few subscribers today, so I can't not thank you enough. Again, I'm appreciative of that. Again, thank you. Keep liking the video. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't. And then here, I think we can all agree it's Chalobah and Fofana, naturally. I know, but let me just ask those in the chat, Chalobah or Cesar Azpilicueta, because Aspi will get the chance to play there. Anybody else have anything else to say for the back three?
I think different games, different opponents will determine the lineup. We look at the opponents and we'll go a long way to determine what the lineups will be. If you're playing teams that will sit back, that we need to attack them, I see no reason why we can't play both Cucurella and Chilwell on that left side to attack those that sit back. And if we need games where we play against teams that are small, that don't have enough heights in case of set piece, then we think of the lineup. So I think the opponents would play parts in the kind of lineup we have. All players would dictate, So we can't really just say this lineup will be for playing Man City, playing Southampton, playing Crystal Palace. They will all kind of...
There will be changes based on the opponent.
Yeah. So, but I think on that left side, don't forget, Aspi could play on that left side as well. He's played as left back under Mourinho as well. So
but we don't see that happening when we have Koulibaly, Cucurella, and Ben Chilwell.
No. Yeah. No, I mean when we are resting players, maybe when we are resting players or knocks, just as we said, knocks or injuries, he could be on that left side.
Those things happen,
Chalobah, if it happens, Aspi is well equipped to play on that left side of the centre back.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Go ahead, Tobago, you wanted to say something.
Oh, sorry,
no worries.
With a three-back system, I'd rather check who are we playing against. Also, as I said before, if you're continuing playing like this, we need a sitting defensive midfielder. And Jorginho, yes, is a good player overall, but again, during counter-attacks and stuff, he doesn't have the speed or the energy to cover our centre-back. So we need to be careful on that. So hopefully, Grandpa will sort it out, and then maybe Zakaria will get a chance in order to play that role, because we're going to be exposed a lot.
And that has always been a big issue.
Yeah, that's the issue.
Raised a very, very important point. I think it's time, if Zakaria is worthy of being at Chelsea, he has to play, because he will be the one to cover for any sort of physical deficiency that Cucurella might have in the air.
Plus, ball winning and breaking up opposition play, which is critical in screening the back three. Because this is
him. I haven't.
Sorry.
How do you rate him? I haven't.
Very well. I rate him so much that I did a video. I had to research him when I did a video with Nichelle. Nichelle is a journalist now. It doesn't cover Chelsea that much. I think he covers. I'll show you the video. I'll find it and share it with you. I think the research was why Chelsea should sign Denis Zakaria. Yes, Zakaria is his countryman because Nichelle is Swiss. But again, I did my research, and I think he's a good player, but it's just been quite unlucky. He had a long-term injury that sidelined him, or, an injury that sidelined him for a while. But he's come back stronger, and maybe Allegri hasn't, and maybe you could argue, hasn't been able to motivate him well or play him, deploy him in a manner where you'd see the best of the player. He did well. Even though he returned from injury, I think during the Euros, he played a few games, and whenever he came out, you'd see what he's capable of doing. He changed the game for his country. Again, if my memory serves me correct, I think he did well when he came out. But go ahead, Roger. Were you still saying something?
No, I've heard his buyout clause was rather cheap for his talent evaluation.
Yeah, around I think around 35 million euros.
Yeah, exactly. And
the buy option, in a long contract.
I haven't seen him play, so I can't really comment. But from watching other people like Gab Marcotti, he was saying that that's a very good deal if Chelsea do decide to buy him. So, yeah, I don't know. I can't really comment on him because I've never seen him play. So if you can send me that video, I'd love to see it, please.
Yeah, I will. It explains. It explains a lot. It will help educate you on the type of player he is.
We need to wean off J5. I'm sorry. He's just too much of a defensive liability. There's been 3 instances where he's cost us games. The Tottenham in the box doing a back tactic. What are you doing now? The Man U game, the Real Madrid game. He's not blessed with physical presence, height or speed. So.
Yeah, again, thank you very much for that. If you're watching, if you haven't, take a second to like the video. Also, do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. The likes help us reach a wider audience, so please keep liking the video and also subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Sylvester Okayo says that we should trust youngsters such as Broja in the team, gaining courage. He will absolutely take us far. I think the manager trusts him. You could say he played 30 minutes plus, and that's the first time ever. Probably he get more game time, and I think the process will be gradual. But even at that, I'm calling for him to start the next game. I think it only makes sense that he starts the next game. Again, if you followed football long enough, you'd see, again, if you don't manage the expectations, what you expect of young players, the pressure you put on them, you could end up, hampering their growth or development if you're not careful with that. So again, it only makes sense for the process to be gradual. And you can see every time he comes in, it looks like he plays even better each time he gets a chance to play. You don't want to make it seem like, again, especially that mentality of a kid. He's still a kid, by the way. Again, you don't want to make it feel like, okay, you're the man now at his age. I think that can do more damage than actually, him being than helping him. If you look at Vinicius, it took time. That was the time he didn't start that much a game, but now every time there's a Real Madrid lineup, he's there, except if the manager decides to rest him. So the process should be gradual, not to make mistake in the process of trying to, make him integrate him into the team. It can be risky. If you do it right, fine. Do it the wrong way, it becomes an issue for the young player. And usually they don't have that strong mentality to recover from it. If mishap happens in terms of how you put pressure on them, on what you expect, from them. Potter's lineup was not horrible. It wasn't horrible. Again, it was horrible if you don't understand. The structure was confusing. Nobody out there had the correct structure. You had to. Again, we had a huge laugh, but then again, paying attention with proper analysis, we came to realize the only thing that makes sense would be a flat back three of Cucurella to the left of Thiago Silva, and what's his name, Cesar Azpilicueta to the right of Thiago Silva. Again, and then when the game started, we also did see the structure. Yes, in fact, it's different. But when we defend, you could say reshapes to a back four to have more people defending. But that's by the way, even Mason Mount returned it to help. If you followed the game, that was the time he was here in the box again, inside the 6-yard box to stop what's the name, RB Salzburg scoring against us. So yeah, we defend as a unit. You can say that's even more obvious in Potter's approach if you paid attention. So thank you for that contribution there, Jampot Entertainment. Again, Fofana need to be in our first 11, and Havertz and Mount need to be on our bench right now. Most people argue that Havertz wasn't horrible in that last game. Mount wasn't horrible, because the truth remains, had we taken the chances, if we put away the chances we had on that day, would be talking less on who played badly. Again, that's football for you. Win and everybody, win. Everybody want the game. We want the game together. Lose, and then finger pointing starts.
I have to pop out quickly.
All right, go ahead. Oh, you said you're leaving now. You wanted to say something before? Okay, yeah, he wants to leave.
He's leaving.
Okay.
And again, Coach, like our fans have been arguing that Kai Havertz and Man should not play in the same game, because they're always doing the same thing in the game. So we need more attacking player there for more creativity. But again, it's not up to us. We don't normally see those players in training and stuff. The coaches are choosing that. But as I said, in the next game, I would rather see Broja and Aubameyang playing at the 2 number 9s, because we need to give Broja a chance. So hopefully he'll get his chance. But again, it's not easy, because Kai Havertz,
he's been getting the chance, hasn't he? And he played 30 minutes plus, bro.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So next game, I would love to see Broja playing with Aubameyang for both playing as a number 9, because Broja need to start. That kid give us energy. Wow.
Again, as much as I hate to talk about that, I like to talk that counter that he ran with the ball on the flanks. That's his speed, his ability to run with the ball close to his feet. And at the end, the cross was what was so delicious to me. I had to rewind it to watch it again because he looked up. He crossed the ball with pure intent. He knew he was looking who he was looking for in the box, and he measured it in a way the goalkeeper couldn't stop it. Even if that was a goalkeeper that's good at stopping crosses, I don't think that goalkeeper would be able to stop that one again. But that's by the way, Roger. Let me start with you immediately. Let's start with the 2 6s there. That's a difficult one to call right now. But I don't know. We're not sure what's going to happen going forward, but we'll do it anyway. If we get the chance, to change things around, we will. Because we have a record of the 11 we picked and the rotating 11 we picked. So if anything changes, we'll be able to change it too. But Roger, your thoughts on the 2 6s? Let's just call them 2 6s, even if they're operate as cams. It doesn't matter.
So just to let you know, under Fofana, we're going to put Chalobah there, and also under Kepa, we're going to put Mendy.
Yeah, I think that's given what we've chosen. I think that's what's going to be, and this would most likely be Chalobah. And I think those in the chart, 85% picked Chalobah over Cesar Azpilicueta.
Yeah. Okay. For the 2 6s, so are we going with if they're healthy, or are we going with just for the Palace game?
No, just notwithstanding who's out and who's available right now. Just we're saying for the season, what will be the strongest 11 with given what we have.
Well, let me think about it. Maybe Kante. Obviously, he's our best player. He's the number 1 person on the team sheet each week for me. It's simple as that. He's our best player in any position, regardless of position. That's my honest belief. He's playing in the number 6 position. I know I'm just talking about in the formation, even though he's not. He's a box to box. I get it. And then I like Kova. I think those are the 2 best options we have. But having said that, I haven't seen Zakaria. So
Kova and who?
Kante.
Yeah, I think that's the best option because since we're considering even those that are out,
backing them up.
Sorry.
Ooh. And then I don't know who's going to be their backups. Zakaria could be one, and then
Zakaria most definitely a backup for Kante. Even though Kante isn't a 6, Kante isn't a DM. Kante is an 8, but he can fulfill the Kovacic role. Cover again the hybrid of 6 and 8. Yes. And people pay attention. We're going to finish this time because we have time enough. I don't think any other topic would distract us. It will not be today. There's no chance we'll finish it today. I don't see that happening because we analyze things too. We don't just plug them in there. So, but if we started today, we'll probably be able to finish it in a daytime. That's by tomorrow's end of the show tomorrow. But go ahead, Roger. You were saying something. Apologies.
No, not at all. And then I would say, obviously, J5, especially when we play teams that are less pressing, he'll be utilised. I mean, what is it? The 3rd manager where he's been chosen. I don't see them migrating off this until we either sell him or he leaves on a free. So those are the 4 options I look at for the 2 number 6s.
Yeah, I think it's important to have more a player who's defensively capable in terms of breaking up opposition play, winning the ball back, reading the games, and the screening. Especially the 2 6s are especially important when you play with the 3 at the back system. Plus, we'll play a very, very dangerous high line.
It's not as high as Liverpool's though, Coach.
Yeah, no, but it's still very dangerous and it can be exploited.
Yeah, definitely. So which gives more imperative to the number 6s. I get it. Also, they need to be able to pass through the lines, and I think Kovacic does that as well as Kante does that to perfection. I think those are the two best. They're not only good in tackling, but also in possession and reading the game, and their ability to pass through the lines. This is what I like about both of them. This is why I give them the start over anyone.
Eddie, how about the 2 6s for you? Let me ask those in the chart. Just quickly, let me catch up with what we have here. Let's go back to back four. Again, at the back, it gives multiple, options in attack. We need to score goals. Yeah, technically, pay attention to it. Do some analysis. See whether if you're playing with this, if you're playing with the back three and with the application of overloading the midfield area and the attacking areas, you see you actually have more options. When you play three at the back, because you have more players join the attack. But it depends on the application of the 2 6s. How they operate is what counts, whether you have more players attacking. But if in a Porter's approach, this gives us more players going forward. I don't know if that makes any sort of sense to you, but I get your argument there. But you see now, those people that are calling for change the system, you see, we would in most cases actually play with a back four formation or structure. Again, the system is where the difference comes in. Which is, you could call the application is where the difference comes in, if you don't like to call it the system. But I get your argument there. It says, again, in Graham Potter's first season, he will rotate Azpi more than Chalobah due to his experience. That is very common with new managers. But again, Azpi himself, do you think he'd do well enough to warrant him, to warrant Potter to always use more often than he should? I don't think so. Last season, when he had no other choice of defenders other than Asa or Cho, Chalobah show again enough class to hold his own against big teams. I definitely think if he gets a more game time, again, he will be much better. Chalobah is good. Those mistakes that people are crucifying him for or calling him names for, those mistakes are very common with players in his age bracket. Had he been the one that was where Fofana was when Zakaria countered and scored against us, you'd argue he'd make the same mistake too. Look at the mistake from Gallagher. Again, that shows you that's very common with players who are in that age bracket. Fofana will make mistakes. Be ready to do that. So again, Chalobah overall is a good player, and I think he has a chance. Chalobah has a chance. Nobody will play the whole games of the whole season. We have cup games, we have the Champions League, we have the Premier League. So rotation will be key. And if you looked at Thomas Tuchel's achievement at Chelsea, he rotated heavily. You could say that rotation was key to everything he was able to achieve at Chelsea. As much as rotation isn't good for chemistry, for build, it can be detrimental to the team's ability to develop a better chemistry because players come in and play and don't play consistently with each other well enough. It can cause a problem. But that's, by the way, we move on here. Facts and jump onto the determined. Yeah, facts indeed. It must have been a 3-5-2. There's a chance that was the case. Kepa, Azpi, Silva, Cucurella, James, Jorginho, Mount, Kovacic, Sterling, Havertz, and Aubameyang. I think Auba seemed he was alone. I think he played, but again, I have to look at it again and pay much better attention. Azpi at centre back in a back four makes no sense. It doesn't at all. Yeah, I think you were the one that pointed out yesterday that it was probably a back three, and I think that was when I started to say, yeah, that sounds more like it. Another back four system. It doesn't just make any sense to start Azpi centrally. Again, he's not the best really. Plus his ability on the ball is suspect. Again, when you press Azpi, in most cases, he usually resigns to booting the ball forward or just in most cases lose it. He's not the best dribbler. He on occasions pulls off good dribbles, but he's not the best, the most technically gifted. He's, like I've said before, his strongest tool is his ability on one-on-ones. Again, a big up to you, Jasviola. I hope you're doing well. The Queen of the House, thank you so much for finding, the time to join the show, to help keep the house clean and civil. I appreciate that. Again, let me see anything else to address here. Jumpot says Porter should have taken into consideration that after the goal, he should have used 3 subs, to create a fresh line. I think that makes sense. He should have also replaced Aspi, Mount, and Havertz after the goal. I was a bit concerned. Again, he didn't do anything to fortify our ability to defend. I hope I don't start to see what I hated with Thomas Tuchel, not being pragmatic enough when he should be. For instance, the game against Real Madrid at the Bernabeu, we led 3-0 for gosh sake and lost that game. You'd argue, and lost the 2 legs game. You'd argue under Jose Mourinho, 3 goals up, that's it. Even 2 goals, in some cases 1 goal. You're not coming back from that. So to me, as much as I loved Thomas Tuchel, I'd still argue he wasn't pragmatic enough for me when he should be. But that's, by the way, again, Glenn says, again, rotation is key, but you should keep it limited. Don't have one player on it can be detrimental to the team. Either Havertz or Mount needs to be dropped next game. Again, I'm really concerned about Mason Mount. He's been overused due to his industry. Again, his pressing and all that. Does so much running. Again, where another factor that gets me concerned is the fact he's playing in a different position right now, which at his age, that isn't okay. If anything, he gets confused even more. But he's still put in the shift. You still see 150% commitment from him. But I still, if you ask me, I'd argue that can be detrimental to a young player at his age. And he's done so much, he's played so much game that we seem to forget that he's actually still a kid. But that's, by the way, Queen Stacy says, so far, so good from Graham Potter. Yep, again, you can say his wand sparked. We played better than we played in the 2-3 previous games. It's just that we didn't put our chances away. But yeah, old issues also surfaced, which is, putting away chances. We didn't do that, so that's concerning. But I hope he sorts that out. You could argue actually his Brighton team had the same issue. They said Havertz was poor because he was being played out of position. He was in the 10 role for most of the game, and it was still garbage. Again, you have every right to see it that way. But he could argue, even the manager himself was able to recognize what he's capable of doing on and off the ball. But that's not for us to accept. Do I think that we saw the best of him on that day? No, I don't think so. Mount is getting the Sarri Kante treatment at the moment. Can you elaborate, Glenn? I really do want to understand. So now I'm coming back to the panel. AD, your choice for the 260s. I remember, correctly, Roger, you said Kante and who?
Kovacic.
Kante and Kovacic. Okay, go ahead. So, AD, your turn. The 260s for you. Let's just call them the 260s at this point. We're not sure how they're going to operate because the application defines what they are, really. But go ahead, AD.
Yeah, I agree with Roger there, yeah. I mean, Kante and Kovacic, obviously, if we're going with the 260s. So, Kante, Kovacic. But if Kante is not fit, we don't know what Zakaria is, what he can bring, but say Zakaria as well might be good alongside Kovacic. But if Kante is fit, Kante, Kovacic. And if the system changes, we're going to depend, like I said, depends on the opponent as well. If we're going into, say, 3-5-2, the 3 in that middle, depending on the opponent, because sometimes we overload that midfield if we're playing teams that will come at us greatly, like Man City and Liverpool, maybe. Then we try the 3 in that midfield, maybe Kante. We don't know what Zakaria, maybe Zakaria and Kovacic. But if it's the 2 6s, obviously, Kante, Kovacic for me.
How about you, Tobago? What do you think?
Like as I said before, I rather play 2 midfielders. Also, one need to help our centre backs. One need to be cover up in order to make it a back four in time, because we can have a Kante now. His game is improved because remember he runs going forward. So if he's going forward and Kovacic is going forward, who will cover our back four? That's the issue I'm having now. So even Jorginho can't do that. So unless the coach will tell either one of them, look, you need always to cover our defense. Also, if it's necessary to take a yellow card in order to prevent the counter-attack, why not? Rather than take a yellow card or being exposed. Just like the previous game, like one of our midfielders should have got take one man down and take a yellow card for us. We won that game 1-0. So that's the issue we're having now. So hopefully Graham Potter will fix that. If not, in January we need a DM, a proper DM that can sit, because I can't have it playing a midfielder that like to dribble or passes balls and stuff, controlling the game. That is not good enough. We need to be solid at the back.
Yeah, again, he says 88 bus up says Kante and Zakaria. Zakaria defends like a pure defender. He is a strong and is a real deep line playmaker. Here's where the issue lies here. If we start Kante and Zakaria, we'll be lacking something. We'll be lacking the ability to progress the ball even when oppositions press us aggressively, which is what Kovacic brings to the team, which is what, even though I don't like seeing Ruben Loftus-cheek in that position, he brings that too. We need to be able to break. We need to progress the ball from that central area. Again, playing Kante and Zakaria would be a bit redundant. We have two. You can say even though Kante isn't a 6 traditionally, I think he's grown accustomed to, naturally, his natural instinct is always to read the game, be at the right place at the right time, to screen the back three or back four, whatever, as long as he's in that area. Except if you deploy him as an 8, then usually, again, he doesn't have that, you can say, inclination to come deeper and cover the defense. I don't think this, no, I don't buy into this. Eddie, your thoughts?
Yeah, you're very correct, Coach. Yeah, it would take something away from the game. But as I said, it depends on the game we're playing. If it's team that will come at us, Zakaria and Kante is not a bad shout, because Kante, as Tobago said, loves carrying the ball. Kante loves.
But I know he can. Let me just quickly say something. Sorry, I apologize for cutting you off. He can carry the ball, but not as efficiently as Kovacic does.
Yeah, I agree. But when you want to balance it, like we're playing a team that is always coming at us, and we need that solidity, Kante will be disciplined as well. Even with France, that's why they keep saying Kante is the best. He gets the best out of Pogba. He does that job as well. He can be disciplined if they tell him what to do. Kante can sit back and not go too forward. And then if he sits, both of them, even if you read the comment of Zakaria, he said, I'm an offensive type of player. I sit with the defense as well. So he can as well. We've not seen him, so we don't know what his attributes are. He could be able to carry the ball as well. So we might not be losing as much, but we'll be gaining a lot by solidity in that defense. And if we don't concede, we have every chance to win a game. But this team now, the way we are now, we concede one goal, it looks as if confidence is just gone. So we need, if we're playing teams, as I said, Kante, Zakaria wouldn't be too bad if we want to use them, because they'll be very solid defensively. And if we see more of Zakaria, understanding the kind of attributes he has, it might also be good going forward, and then they alternate. And then one goes, the other one sits, and be more disciplined. For Kante, for me, the ground he covers cannot be overemphasized.
Here.
Let me catch up with the chat. I'll come back to you, Roger, in a bit, if you don't mind. Just quickly, please. Thank you. Thank you for understanding, Roger. He said, I hope Potter is brave next game. We need to see fresh ideas, a new application, not the TT's team. Again, if it means a change in the whole team, he should. I think he's brave. You've seen, again, you've seen that yourself. But let's follow the game and see. Let's follow his progress at the club and see what happens. Let's wait and see what he does next time. And here we have Hey, well, I've in due time, Zakaria as a DM with cover, that's a good mix. And Mount Kante in front of him, yeah, that's a good mix there. Zakaria cover or Zakaria, any other, player that's able to carry the ball comfortably, who's, traditional, because that Kovacic role, I think you have to have played in an 8th position or more in a more attacking role to be able to fulfill that role comfortably. Here we have, let me see, again, Jorginho in place of Kante. I stopped relying, again, on hospital bed. Matthew, Lee, Benjamin, bigger brother, I hope you're doing well. And here, Jorginho offers nothing outside of training where pressure is low. Again, he shines like he did at Napoli. Everyone sacrifices, to protect him, then becomes injury prone for working too hard. I think that comment right there makes a sense because you can argue you only see the best of Jorginho when he plays alongside N'Golo Kante because Kante is, defensively minded to an acceptable measure, to a very safe measure, that in the sense that he still does good enough job that our defense will not be exposed. But when Jorginho plays with Kovacic, again, this is something I say every time I talk about them. You witness an almost telepathic connection between them, interplays that's enjoyable to watch, but we lack proper protection for our defense whenever that is the case. And that's, by the way, go ahead with what you were saying, Roger. Sorry for cutting you off.
No, not at all. I believe it was Eddie that was talking about playing Kante and Zakaria together. I totally agree with his observation. It does depend on who we're playing. I think the premise of picking a squad or a starting 11, I think under Potter will be determined by whom our opposition is. I think that's an astute observation. Yes, I agree wholeheartedly. Based on Potter's CV, his MO, modus operandi. That's what he seems to be doing. I do have one quick question. One of my favourite players. I want to know, you and the panel, where do you think he's best suited? Ruben Loftus-cheek. Well, because he's a utility chap, and I would love to see him get more time. Where would you put him? Where would you want him to start if he does start?
Where did he operate when he subbed on?
Well, he's played in so many positions. He's played in a 6. He's played in a defensive back. He played in a right wing back. A couple of days ago, he played in up 3. He's. Here's the thing.
I think he's better of an 8.
Yes.
He was good to watch when Thomas Tuchel deployed him in the wing back position. His ability to carry the ball, and I think he understood how Thomas Tuchel how he wanted him to play, and that was why it was good to watch. But he's an 8. If you followed, Sarri's reign at Chelsea, you'd know he's an 8. He's a fine finisher on his day. He's a creator too, but he's played further away from, the final third, that most people don't realize how good of a creator he is. And I think I'm happy the club, they know quite well that he's got it in him. And they weren't in a rush to let him go. And Thomas Tuchel, I'm glad, again, that's one of the things I thank him for.
Yes,
making sure, keeping him out of the club. If Pep Guardiola gets his hand on a player like Loftus-cheek, we will regret it.
Yes. Oh.
So that's why but coming to your question, it's better off. He's an 8 traditionally. So I'd like him to go, play closer to the final third. And here's one thing, I pay attention to, details. I don't just look at players on a surface level. Look at the type of player he is. He's not the type that's always in a rush to pass the ball. Although in some cases, that's to pass the ball in the final third. In some cases, it's usually important, best to pass the ball quickly. But he's usually that type of player that draws the opposition defense to himself. Isolate. That is his teammate who's made a good run with the goalkeeper. So by the time he passes the ball, it will just be his teammate with the goalkeeper, which, makes it a better chance for his teammates to score. So he's never in a rush. It's a technical thing. It's a technical ability that everybody doesn't have. Another player that has that ability is N'Golo Kante. He delays passing the ball, and if he sees that opposition defense are coming at him, he holds onto the ball, makes them start making a move towards him, and then before he passes the ball to his teammates, who will time their run very well. That works perfectly when that is the person that will get the ball, times their run very well, and not run behind the opposition defense and be offside. Again, that's something you don't see in every player. That's a special kind of, ability in attacking players. He has that, and I've seen him do that on occasion. And he's not the type to just put the ball into the box. He does that with intent. Yeah. I'll put what I just explained makes any sort of sense to you guys.
To be honest with you, he's surplus to requirements because you've got Mount, you've got Gallagher, and ahead of him. So it's just, I would like to see him play more. I really would.
I have to say this. I would not say his surplus requirement. I'd rather him play as an 8 than Mount.
Correct. And I agree with that, coach.
I have to be honest with you.
He's been very, this season, his consistency is coming back because under Sarri was so good up until the injury. So I think this season he's been very consistent. And if you play him as the 8 ahead of Mount or Kai Havertz, whoever, just as you have on the screen, you have it kind of 3, we know it's 3-4-3, but you have it kind of 3-4-2-1, yeah? If he plays on that right side, where you have the number 9, player 9, he plays on that side, then he can alternate with Reece James. Reece James goes forward, he can be disciplined to cover him behind that. And when he offers going forward, he can alternate that side of that. So he gives us that flexibility on that side. He has so many things in his game, but on his day, that is one key word, on his day, if he's at it, it could be unplayable. It could be unplayable.
And again, for Loftus-cheek, again, if you play him in the 8th position, yes, Mount is, again, his presence is next to none. His industry in the team is, again, is next to none. Commitment, next to none.
Yeah, but this season.
But again, we shouldn't be playing him as an 8. Yeah.
Yeah, but this season,
I think that changes under Potter. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the work rate of Mount this season, we shouldn't be carried away with that. I don't see. There's more to being rather than work rate. There should be more to your game. Over 90 minutes. He's been playing nearly most of his games 90 minutes, and work rate doesn't really for me. I think Loftus-cheek, if he gets those number of runs in the game, he'll be more efficient than Mount.
More efficient in chance creation, because we lack the ability to create chances from this 2-8. The man and yes. Again, pay attention. What's his name? Potter does that too. If Loftus-cheek plays here, you'd see. I think I can pinpoint it. Sorry, Eddie, I'll come back to you. Let me use a perfect example here. Was it the game that we trashed? Was it Norwich City or Southampton 8-0? I think that was the game in question.
Norwich, wasn't it?
Was it 8-0 or 7-0? No, it was Southampton last season.
Oh, last season was Southampton.
Yeah, he played in the right wing back position, but again, he had the freedom. He was allowed the independence, to overlap, and so he was closer to the final third. And he picked it. There was a way he picked out Mount with a lobbed ball. I think that was for the first goal or second goal. Correct me if I'm wrong. Every other 8, the 8 we've had in that position for for the past 1 million years. How they haven't been able to do that. But he had the intelligence not to try to dribble the back line, and then probably the next option would have been to move towards the flanks and try to put in a cross into the box. But he lobbed the ball over the Southampton defense and found Mount, who made a run. Mount now trapped the ball with the chest and dropped it for Marcus Alonso. I think that was the play. But more importantly, there was his intelligence to lob the ball. rather than pass it to the guy on the flanks. I think James was on the flanks waiting for him, or someone else was on the flanks waiting for him, but he opted for that option. So that's something we lack in the team. But with him closer to that area in the box, we'd see more of that. That's not me saying Mount is a bad footballer. Mount isn't, again, that inside eight of a thing, I think is stiff with a lot of the more creative players, I have to be honest. I think maybe on the Potter, the application would be different, and to get them to be more creative. If I made any sort of sense there. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, no, I want to see more of Ruben. But I'm going to say something. Having watched that game, Salzburg, last night again for the second time, the second half, Mount was so industrious. He made some incredible tackles. I believe, like when we were grading the players the following day, he was given quite low scores, but he impressed me actually in the second half. He did a lot.
And he got a high rating, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, he got a high rating. And here is it here. Where is it? Loftus-cheek. He got 7.
Okay.
You see it on the screen. So a lot of people recognize that he did well, really.
No,
and of course,
I thought he played outstandingly well.
Yeah, he did well. Again, before I come back to the panel, we have to plug in, the rotating midfielders there. And again, here Matthew Lee Benjamin said, in the game of Salzburg, Jorginho got robbed and assist again. You can't argue that. I think there was a ball. I think it was James that he found. And James was isolated, and I was expecting James to shoot, but I think he chose to bring the ball down. I'm not sure. There could have been another one, but again, you could argue also Jorginho has been quite unlucky in terms of the chances he's created, and maybe because he doesn't do it constantly. So the players that he finds usually don't expect the ball to come to them. But that's, by the way, again, if you're watching, please keep liking the video. Also, do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. And I can see my brother, again, a Fairboy, big up to you too, brother. Whenever you get a chance, share the link to your channel so that people can go check it out. I appreciate you finding time to join. Here we have, again, Matthew Lee Benjamin again. Here he says, want to blame J5. Why not? He says, why not also blame Silva for the mistake versus Salzburg? Yeah, it's a one-off thing. I get it. I think Matthew is here for the fight today, and being honest, that was like again, if you could argue, if he stood on his feet, he would have had a better opportunity to stop that. The guy getting the chance to cross. And again, this is something he's done time and time and again, and probably didn't expect that to be a mistake. To miss that, I think he mistimed it. I don't know. Or maybe I can't remember what really happens. And again, yeah, it's easy to look beyond Silva's mistake because it isn't constant. That's all I have to say there. Again, Fairboy, your thoughts on the players we picked so far before we pick the backup, the rotating players or the midfield, not backup. Sorry, we don't use that language here.
Big up everyone on the panel.
Big up to you too, my brother.
So also watch. Great. Now, look, I didn't touch. I joined the show late. Like I joined you guys late, so I don't know which guys you chose. Okay, so if you can, let me see. It's
on the screen. You can see it. If you can see the screen, I can read them out for you.
Silva, Koulibaly, Fofana. For me, this is mine.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah. That's how you would have picked it, and those are the rotating players behind them. The grayed out.
Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. It doesn't look like Fairboy can hear us.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great, good. So for the back three, from what I see, Graham Potter doing with our team, I think he's just definitely or almost definitely going to go with the full backs as center backs. Okay, so I think Silva is old. I'll prefer Koulibaly in the middle. Then I play Cucurella on the left hand side. Then I would want Reece James to play on the right-hand side as a right centre-back. I think he can actually fulfill this sort of, how should I call it, the overlapping centre-back role better than maybe Fofana or Chalobah or any other person who plays as
and that's a good observation. That's a very important observation. Again, guys, thank you for joining. You made a good point. Again, the flanks, the centre backs on the flanks, he likes them to overlap, to participate in the play quite a lot. Go ahead, Fairboy.
Yeah, so that for me, I think that will serve a proper tactical, what do you call it? Like it will help us tactically with what we want to do, having more men in the opposition's box. So I think that if I have Reece James as right centre back, then I have Cucurella as left centre back. Then maybe Koulibaly plays as that sweeper role. I think it will be okay for me. It will be fine.
How about the 2 6s? Let's just call it 2 6s now, because the application, you could argue, is totally different under Potter. But because we're just picking the strongest 11 here, your thoughts on the 2 6s?
I think if you look at how Potter plays with I don't think Potter plays with 2 6s. He plays with a single pivot, if you've noticed.
If you have an app, if you check them, sometimes we're just calling it 2 6s, but sometimes he has 2 players in a similar structure as this. It may be the application probably different.
That is quite
go ahead.
I think that, you see, I think the issue in our midfield is Jorginho. I think that for me, if it comes to defensive solidity and covering for your defenders, the entire midfielder should do it, right? But there are certain times whereby you would need your DM to be acting on certain situations because the midfield is not able to cover in time. So if I had my way, I'd rather prefer maybe I've not seen Zakaria play, so I hope he plays. But I think Kovacic, for me, could play that position better than Jorginho, because Kovacic has more energy to him. You understand? So he can cover the spaces better. Okay,
how about the importance of having a more having one of the 2 players that, let's stop calling them 2 6s, the 2 players that one of them being more defensively minded to have proper protection for the back line with a 4, again with a 3. Who do you think? Do you agree with Kante being the man? Again, we know he's not fit, but we're not considering the injury and all that.
Yes, that is how it should be. That Kante, being much more defensive, should partner one of Jorginho or Kante or Kovacic, sorry, right? But the problem is right now, even though you might say that we don't want to consider the injuries. Right now, Kante is not reliable. So when it comes to availability, so I'm trying to use the players we have available right now. So for me, right, I'll prefer to have Kovacic. Then I would like to see Zakaria, right? How he would fit there, Zakaria, something like that. Yeah. So if I have Zakaria, I have Kovacic. Maybe we might have a nice mix over there in midfield.
Yeah, again, that's a good argument right there. So for the backup, since Zakaria, you could argue, is or for the people have the more defensively minded player there, or who's capable of fulfilling because we need somebody, even though Kante isn't a DM, he's been stereotyped as such, but the truth is he's able to fulfill that role. I think Zakaria will be the most likely rotational player there. Again, if in fact, and if we're here, I think Kovacic, that's where we have a bit of an issue. Who's capable of fulfilling that hybrid of 6 and 8? Yeah.
Yes.
Even if the argument is that, he plays a single 6, usually the structure shows you something like this, but we know quite well that one of the 2 players will be more disciplined than the other. Now, in this case, Kante usually more disciplined than, and what's his name also usually more disciplined. It depends on the situation, or you could say more defensively minded, the better phrase, because sometimes it looks like it's usually the more disciplined if he's on the pitch. but who rotates with Kovacic? Anybody on the panel can comment. Who is a better player to rotate with Kovacic?
Guys,
I think Jorginho is going to be his sub.
I think that
I hate to say it, but
our midfield, no, to be honest, our midfield looks light, very, 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 very light. You see,
yes,
if and it's serious. It's like I don't even know which options can even rotate with the mainstays. I just don't know, because honestly, if I look at Loftus-cheek like this, I think that Loftus-cheek, even though he's big, oh, come on. Can you hear me now, guys?
Yeah, we can hear you. But we noticed you couldn't hear us because Roger was speaking. But go ahead, we can hear you if you can hear us.
All right. Good. So, as I was saying, normally I would have chosen Loftus-cheek to be in midfield. But the problem is this, that if I look at Loftus-cheek and his work rate, I don't like it. I actually don't like his work rate in midfield at all. So I'm always tempted to push him out wide. But looking at the fact that we don't have enough players in midfield, I think that if we want to make some sort of rotation between for Kovacic, I think Loftus-cheek would be the perfect candidate. I think. So the amount
for that hybrid 6 and 8, right?
Yes.
Here's the thing. Let's look at, you see, this is was a Porter's Brighton. This is a 3-4-2-1, just like we've seen Thomas Tuchel deploy. You could argue again. The application is what it usually we find. Can you guys see the screen?
Yeah. Yes, we do. We do see.
Maybe the application is where the difference is. And you see here him playing Trossard here as in the wing back, deployed him in the wing back position. But we know, just like under Thomas Tuchel, though most people have misunderstood that his primary responsibility isn't to defend. So this is just I wanted to bring this up to know that Potter also sometimes plays, let's just call it 2 players in the midfield, because the application may not be, it could be a hybrid approach, which means, again, when you say 6, it's usually when what comes to mind is defensive-minded players. But I think that in modern era, you can say one of them just a bit defensively minded, and the other will be a hybrid of 8 and 6. And in most cases, some of them doesn't even have to be defensively minded. Just in some cases where we've seen a combo of Kovacic and Jorginho. So let's look at all the other games they've played also. That will help us again see approaches is used before. Where am I going to see that? I'd have to probably click on it here. Let me see. To make it easier, let me click on their name. Okay, we go fixtures. Oh, look at it on the right-hand side, actually. So I was just wasting time going there. Let me just go back like this. Let me go back to this. 1 second. Okay, there you go. Was that one? Is this correct? Oh my gosh, I can't see it anymore. Just give me a chance. But my point is, again, I'll find it and I'll bring it up. He's played multiple formations. There's one in the attacking area. It's 1-1 at the ends of the structure. So I just wanted to show it to you guys that he actually played two players in that midfield area in front of the back line. There's no way telling if the application is more like a defensive approach again. But you can say the purpose when you play 3 players at the back, the purpose of having 2 midfielders in front of them is also be to have the ability to protect them because they're usually vulnerable given the approach. That's, by the way, go ahead. You were saying something, Fairboy.
No, I think I'm done. I thought someone was speaking before I was.
Oh, okay. Roger, you go ahead. We're looking for the rotating player for Kovacic. Who would that be? Remember, we still have Carney Chukwuemeka, and he's part of the first team. I don't think we paid nearly £20 million for him to just be sitting on the bench.
Yeah, he's not going to be cleaning anyone's boots pretty soon. I agree. Chuck, so is he more of a number 8 than he is a number 6? in your opinion?
Who?
Chukwuemeka.
I think it's more of an 8 than a 6.
We have so many more of an 8 than any other position. We really do. That's why I think a 4-3-3 or 4-2-3-1 is more suited to our formation. I mean, that formation is suited to more of our roster. I really do. We I don't know. I like him. I like Chuck a lot. When he played for England, he was very impressive. Very. For the under-19s, or the under-17s, whatever one it was. I think for Kova, his cover, his rotation is probably, it's going to be J5. I would like to see it be Ruben, personally, because I think he turns on the ball. He is industrious. He tackles well. He goes forward and he passes through the lines very well. He's very similar to Kova in many regards. He's not as good as a tackler as Kovacic, but I love Ruben. I would like to see him more on the pitch. If that means playing as a number 6, so be it. I don't think he's a defensive liability, and I think he's just as good a passer as J5. I really do.
No, again, let me quickly address this. I get your point there. Matthew Lee Benjamin, again, I get your point, and I've seen people blame Paul Watt for his injuries. I think we saw that yesterday, actually, or what they... Here's the thing. Do I think Jorginho is a good player? He's a fine player. And Jorginho is pivotal to the way we play. We played under Thomas Tuchel, the way we played under Sarri, the way even now it's looking like he's going to be pivotal to the way we're going to be playing under Potter. But the issue is this: teams target him, and that target Jorginho. That's especially true in the Premier League. And whenever Jorginho is on the pitch and he's played out of the game, we just simply cannot play. I accept that. As much as I like him as a player. So we don't want a situation a player will be, physically not be able to adapt to certain teams because of the way they decided to play, and then we're in trouble.
But Coach,
yeah.
Coachila.
Yes, I can hear you.
United uses Eriksen as a deep line playmaker. But if you look at it now, like with the run of games they've had, they've rarely conceded. So do you think it is more of how I would say the midfield is structured that helps?
Okay, who plays alongside? Eriksen? Who plays alongside? Does he play as a single? Did he play alongside anybody? If you follow their games or not?
He plays alongside what's his name, McTominay.
That's the thing. A much more defensively minded player.
That is true.
Yeah, exactly. So again, you have to put in some measure has to be in place, to make up for that, that the deficiency of that player in particular. If you remember, there were comedy of errors in that game. They lost how many? I forgot the score line.
1-0.
No, not the 1-0 game. They conceded multiple goals from defensive errors. One of which you could say,
Brentford.
Yeah, I think he was one of those that made the mistakes that led to the goals. That they were trying to play out from the back. So those things happen. Mistakes also we've seen from Jorginho, who is traditionally a regista. Those things happen. But now it's become a constant thing for Premier League teams to target Jorginho, knowing that he's pivotal to the way we play. And you could argue he hasn't adapted very well to the physical aspect of the game.
No,
That's not me saying he's a bad player. Go ahead.
It's true. I get you, and I agree. He's not entirely a bad player. I think there are certain players who are deemed as world class, but they also have similar weaknesses to Jorginho, like Busquets. He's not the sort of energetic player you like in midfield.
He's not the most physical, yeah.
Yes, but Barcelona has a way of protecting him, and that's why I'm saying that if you want to protect the back line is protected by the entire midfield. You understand? If the midfield is too expansive, too open, if you have the most energetic player, let's say you have Kante playing as a deep line playmaker, he also gets exposed. So I think that if Chelsea wants to mitigate that issue with Jorginho, whenever we are playing this sort of, passing through the thirds, okay, the players should be a little bit closer to each other, so that in case the ball is lost, because the distances are quite close, they can just collapse on the opponents and win the ball back. And do that time and time again. I think that's a fine solution to at least help Jorginho, and not only Jorginho, but also whoever plays as the DM. Because if you look at the game that we considered against, the goal that we considered against Salzburg, there were certain players who were not trying their best to be present. I saw Loftus-cheek. Was it Loftus-cheek? He wasn't pressing his man enough. There was someone there who wasn't pressing his man enough. And I think that exposed Chelsea big time. So I think that if we could be much more compact in the middle, right, and close the distances between the players in the middle, I think we have a better chance of protecting the backline, but than just having just one person doing the work. Okay, even if the person is more robust and the person has the energy and the stamina to do that, we must make the work a lot more easier. And I think that it's not necessarily having someone like a Kante type of player that will help us become solid in the midfield. I remember this Barca, the prime Barcelona. I'm not saying the Chelsea players there are as quality as the prime Barcelona players, the midfielders. But if you look at a player like Xavi, if you look at a player like Iniesta, these two players, to be honest, Coachila, if you look at them individually, are they quite good defensively? Individually, are they good defensively?
No. But the structure of the team is actually done. You're talking about Busquets, right? Who?
Yeah, Busquets and Xavi and Iniesta.
No, they're not. They're not. But the structure of the team, the fact is then they defend by holding on to the ball. That's another way they defend.
You can't get the ball off them.
You can't even get the ball off them. Yeah, that's the thing. That's another way they defend. Plus, even when you have the ball, the team is structured in a way that are all the players who get the defensive work done for them.
Death by 1,000 passes, Coach.
I get you. You let me finish this point. Let me finish this point. So it is true. They are good when it comes to when it comes to maintaining possession. They are good, but it doesn't mean they never lose the ball. They definitely lose the ball, because I actually watched a certain tactical video regarding these three players. You understand? These players are so close together that even when they lose the ball, they can collapse on the team and win the ball quickly. So similarly, we can have Jorginho, we can have Loftus-cheek and Mount in midfield. But if they try as much as possible to maintain the structure and remain compact in the middle, right? We can just do the counter press and we win the ball back. We will just do counter press, win the ball back, maintain possession, we lose the ball, counter press, win the ball back. You understand? So I think that is the solution for our midfield. Because if we think about it, we are even struggling to find players to place in certain positions we deem as very important, because our midfield is light. So we have to try as much as possible. Graham Potter needs to try as much as possible to make do with the players available. So that is why the midfield structure is very important. If the midfield is quite compact, I believe that the players should be able to thrive.
Yes, but Jorginho doesn't. He's not blessed with speed or size. You know. Yeah. He as soon as he loses the ball, if you notice, have a look at virtually like the one against Man U. What does he do? He's inside the midfield semicircle and he takes 4 paces. Watch it, and then the goal is scored. He doesn't even try to track back once he's lost the ball. You know, he doesn't press. He gives up. He throws his hands in the air. He's very similar to Ziyech. He throws a little tantrum. You know.
All right. Here's the thing. I think just to again, just quickly, big up to my bro and friend again, Matt from Zevo YouTube channel. If you haven't, please go check out his channel. Let's help Matt reach 1,000 subscribers as soon as possible. He deserves that. I think it's approaching 1,000. Matt, if you're still there, please do share the link to your channel so that people can go subscribe. Let's get you to 1,000 as soon as possible, bro. You deserve that. Again, please go do that. Go ahead, Eddie. Sorry, were you still speaking, Roger?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, apologies.
No, not at all. Listen, when teams don't press Jorginho, he's okay. He's good. He still doesn't progress the ball vertically enough for me. He makes far too many side passes and backward passes. Point in case is the last game. So many players made runs and he never played it forward. And then when he did play it forward, the player had made a run and stopped halfway because he had assumed that ball wasn't coming again. Okay. However, when he does lose the ball, you look at Barcelona, you're comparing them to Barcelona being compact. You know, don't forget they create perfect triangles for the passes, death by 1,000 passes, etc. But they also press in numbers. They're a wolf pack and they get the ball back. Jorginho doesn't do that. He doesn't possess the pace to do that either, or the willpower, it seems. He has deficiencies, and a lot of it isn't his fault. I grant you that, but he's very one-sided. He's not a dimensional player. He's not multifaceted in that regard. He really isn't. You know, I'm not saying that other players are perfect. I'm just saying when we have the ball and he's not pressed, he's okay. But boy, is he a liability, A, when he's pressed, and B, when we don't have the ball. He just simply is. Time after time, my eyes don't deceive me. He's a deficiency. And that is borne out more so than when Kante is not playing. This is the difference. Kante covers for him, just like he did for Eden Hazard years ago. Because Eden never tracked back. And you can see that when Kante doesn't play. There's a huge difference.
Yep. Before I go to AD,
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think that the reason why Jorginho struggles when he's being pressed is because our players at times lack the mobility? You see, Kante like this is a very mobile player. You get the point. He always makes himself available. But if you look at the players that we have, it seems they're not mobile enough. Don't you think that is also a contributing factor to
that's an issue? That's an issue, and I think you're very correct. Under Thomas Tuchel, I think we don't make dynamic runs. That's the runs and the passing lanes. The passing lanes of each Chelsea player is predictable. When Alonso has the ball, if I look at the pitch, I can tell you whether he goes back sideways or whether he just passes the ball. If again, whoever has the ball on that team, I can tell you what they do with it. That's, you can say, down to the fact that the other players, the players without the ball, don't make dynamic runs, just like we see at Man City, like we see with even Brighton, Potter's Brighton, they make dynamic runs. If the passing lanes, again, where you're expecting to get the ball from is blocked, you adjust your position. You can argue
the same.
You can argue that's one of the reasons why Jorginho, he's had issues of late, because this is the same Jorginho who played under Mauricio Sarri and did quite well. So what changed? So you did bring up a good argument, and for me, as much as I think his time at Chelsea is done, I am the same person again who's made the argument in the video that whenever Jorginho isn't playing, we struggle. But I recognize the fact that if we're going to play him, he needs to play alongside N'Golo Kante or another player who's defensively minded to see the better of him. So, Eddie, you come in, you can weigh in on the Jorginho argument. I think we're going to end today's show on that one. Then we'll continue building the lineup tomorrow from where we stop. Again, I saw a question from Liam Lane asking, hi, everyone. What have I missed? What team are we picking? We're picking, the stronger, what we believe is the strongest 11, factoring, into our decisions, what we think Graham Potter would do, and the abilities of the player, and what we know about the players overall. And this can also change. Again, if we see anything different, maybe mid-season we'll come back to it again and change it. But every now and then we just do it based on what we see Graham Potter do. Eddie, you go ahead.
Yes, I agree completely with Rogers. See, Jorginho is not a bad player. I don't think so.
I agree.
But Jorginho, the current squad of players we have now, does not suit Jorginho. Put Jorginho in a Barcelona team.
Or Man City, actually.
Or even Man City, you see Jorginho. Where they don't press, where they don't press us, just as Roger said. This squad now, when they press, Jorginho cranks up. He cracks. He just collapses. He doesn't. You see him trying to dishing out instructions to others to cover for him, whereas it should be his job. He runs back, no pace. He lacks that pace, and everything about him now doesn't work. Under Sarri, maybe the system. Sarri was playing 4-3-3, so it could be the system as well. We don't know. Sarri was playing a 4-3-3, and he was doing very well under Sarri. And when we dominate teams, maybe we play with blissing teams, winning, you see the best of Jorginho. He's more confident. He does the thing he likes to do. People running, putting those diagonal passes and all, and switching play. He does those things well. But when we're under pressure, I think his concentration level drops. He does certain things, and he tries to make a lot of mistakes. And then I want to quickly go back on the issue where what's his name? Fairboy said about Reece James playing right centre back. The current squad we have now, I don't agree personally, Reece James playing right centre back, because we lose something going forward. He's the only one that plays that right side that can deliver crosses for our attackers.
Yeah, why cancel that out by playing him, further away from the final third? Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I don't buy the idea of us playing in right centre back currently. The squad we have now, I don't agree. Whenever I see Tuchel, when he does that, play him right centre back, he kills the attack. No one can do what he does when he plays the right wing. So for me, for now, this squad we have now, Reece James has to be the right wing back going forward.
Yeah, again, he needs to get as close as possible to the box. That's where he's most effective, if you ask me. Kante Kovacic cannot work. Again, it's either Jorginho and Kante, or I've seen Kante Kovacic before, and it worked quite well. I'm not sure your argument. Tell me a match where Kovacic and Kante played double six and work out fine. Again, the best midfield duo is Jorginho and Kante. Did you have anything to say to that?
Yeah, Jorginho Kante can walk. Jorginho Kante can walk because Kante. But if we notice,
but he's saying Kante Kovacic cannot walk.
Yeah, I said Kante Jorginho can walk. But
go ahead.
Yeah, if we look at Kante now, Kante loves going forward as well, because Kante's role was switched under, was it Lampard or something, was switched. It made him going to advance forward more. Mm-hmm. So it's now in him. He loves carrying that ball, moving forward. But just as I said, if Kante's role is changed, playing alongside Kovacic, he does the cleaning up job, sits deeper than Kovacic, then you see the combo could work. I see that working. Kovacic, Kante too works as well. People can only just forget about it. It could work because Kante sits. Kante just needs to be sitting more now. Maybe with his injury and not tell him to. We just allow him to sit more and do the cleaning up, and then others to progress. Then we could see that work. The combo with Kante, Zakaria as well would work. So we just need to see the combo and then study them more. We are leaving out Conor Gallagher even in that midfield.
Yeah, and this comment here makes sense by, again, Vido Blue. Again, I hope I pronounced your name correctly. He says, it seems like Jorginho will always be one of the primary considerations, no matter the manager, one of the only vocal players from our midfield. Again, he can't deny his leadership ability. Plus, I think if you're under any manager that likes to keep the ball, Jorginho will be key. And again, I have to be honest, I think there's a chance things change because a player's performance may well come down to the manager's approach. A manager's approach can define, let me just phrase it the other way around. Manager's approach can define a player's performance. Again, maybe the approach will come become one that, and I think it is, okay, but it takes time to implement, where the run of the players without the ball will be dynamic. They don't sit one place and wait the ball. When they will read the game and see, okay, this passing lane has been blocked, let me adjust my position to give them more option. If that's the case, then it will still see the best of Jorginho, but the truth remains it's looking more likely Jorginho will leave Chelsea Football Club, given that he has just a year left on his contract, and it doesn't look like the club is willing to talk with them. Again, but that's, by the way, I hope what I just explained makes any sort of sense to you. Yes, people, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. We have 66 likes. We should be doing better than that, but I cannot thank you enough. Again, for the backup option here, who rotates with Kovacic, I think 50% I think is Jorginho, and there's a chance even he's the starter. He may well be the starting, of the two. We don't know, but until Kante recovers and we see what Potter does, that's again where we get clear understanding of what Potter is going to do. So Jorginho here, and that's according to the vote on the poll. And I think we may well see a lot of that, but we don't know. Again, I think we've come to the natural end of the show, and I want to say thank you to everybody who's been watching. But before I do that, AD, let me start with you. Your thoughts on everything we discussed and the lineup we picked so far. We'll continue where we started tomorrow. Again, like I said, we have a lot of time. We have a lot of time to, a lot of days before the next game to complete this. So, but your thoughts, Coach, on the lineup we picked so far, the rotating players and the starting players, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think based on what we have, it's looking good. The lineup is about as far as we can go. That looks on paper the best going forward.
Yep, I agree with you. The whole thing comes down to what Potter himself wants to do. Your thoughts, Roger?
Yeah, it looks solid. It looks quite dynamic, flexible. And I think a key to our team is Koulibaly reaching his potential, playing like he can do, adjusting to the Premier League, etc. I think he's going to be key for us. I think it's solid. I think the picks are logical, cerebral. I don't see anything wrong with it. I think it's great. I think Chelsea on paper, when you look at us, we should be a top 4 team. We really should. I know Arsenal, Tottenham are ascending, and on any given day, any team can beat anyone. I get it. But I still think teams fear us. I really do.
Yeah, we still have a good squad, and I think things will click for us. Again, like I think it was declared that argued even start of the season is still preseason for us.
Yes, because we're months behind acquiring our players and then integrating them into the philosophy and formations and chemistry. This takes time, and I think in by Christmas, let's say January, I think we're going to be a solid team. I really do. I think that World Cup is a bit of a sideline for us, but it could be a blessing also. But I think potentially, I hope I'm not being naive here, but I really do think Chelsea has serious potential on paper, and I'm pleased with Potter. I really am, even though I wanted Tuchel to stay. I think so. Let me ask you one quick question. What formation did he play the most? Do you think we'll use a back 4 or back 3?
No, I think back 3. I think you need to watch that Ty Talks video. I will share the video with you. Let me even ask him the link right now. If he's not busy, he'd share it with me, and I'll share it in the chat too. He played predominantly a 3 at the back system, and Ty, the detail of that video, again, I enjoyed it. The percentage of how many times, he said the percentage of how many times, again, he played a 3 at the back system, a 4 at the back system, another formation. Again, he likes to play. But again, go ahead, Eddie. You want to respond to that? Do you think? I think you'd say yes, because Tuchel played that mainly. Even with the new players we have, I think the majority of the times it probably play a 3 at the back formation. If he started with that and in a Champions League match. But Eddie, if you want to come in with say anything about that, you go ahead.
Yeah, I think for now, going forward, we're going to be seeing the three at the back. We're going to be seeing three at the back until maybe we make new signings, and then it changes it maybe to a 4 or a different. And the 4 and the 3 at the back. Sometimes, we go with 3-4-3 or 3-4-2-1, whatever it's called. And then maybe he might even try the 3-5-2 with the 2 strikers and something. That's the way Kante used to play when he was with Chelsea. So something like that might happen. But going forward now, I think he might be going with this 3-4-3 system.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, again, thank you. Go ahead. You were saying something.
Didn't we use a 3-5-2 a couple of days ago?
On the Tuchel?
No, Potter's first game, Salzburg. It was basically a 3-5-2.
Yeah, it kind of looked like that, but it was still hard to understand the system exactly. It looks like a 3-5-2. Sometimes it looks like a 3-1-3.
Fluid.
Again, it's fluid. Very dynamic and very, very unorthodox in with his approach. Yeah, that's the thing.
Because a lot of the time, predominantly, we are going to have between 65 and 75% possession for the most part. I'd say 90% of the games. So you're right. It depends what we do with the ball and without. I think that's going to be the case. And I think once that is borne out on the training ground, and that they perfect it, and they become more cohesive, I think we're going to be a team to be reckoned with.
Yeah. Lamley says anytime I saw Kova and Kante together, they left midfield wide open because they didn't know who should accede and who should go forward.
Really?
Both were attacking at the same time. I think somebody has mentioned that before, but I think it depends on the manager's demand. The manager's demand changes the way the player approaches the game, especially experienced players such as Kovacic and Kante. And Mikhail here says again 3-5-2 or 4-3-3 with a single 6 behind Kova and Kante needed, as Kova and Kante don't hold the positions. They don't. Yep, they seem to move. They seem to venture forward quite a lot, the two of them. But Kante usually, even at that, you can see Kante still do a job in terms of protecting the defense. But because Potter likes his midfield duo, even when he has 2 people there, to be dynamic, there's a chance we'll see a combo of Kovacic and Kante still. But maybe the demand would be one of them to, venture forward a little less. Again, Potter is unpredictable, and his teams are usually dynamic in the sense, again, that he'd find a way to mask that issue that Liam Lane just mentioned there. And it makes sense. Again, we'll keep working on this. If we analyze it again and see the need to change things around, we'll do that. But again, a great contribution there from my brother and friend, Mikhail. Thank you for finding the time to join us. I appreciate that. Mikhail, totally agree with you. That's my problem with the Kova-Kante partnership. That's the truth. But Kante will almost always, even when Jorginho is on the pitch, he'd be the one to do most of the screening for better defensive job than Jorginho does. But again, it's a good, delicious point, by the way, to consider. Again, we will analyze it again when we come back to it tomorrow. If there's a need to change things around, we will do that. It kind of says
and then,
also, I know.
And then a quick one.
Yeah.
Sorry, a quick one on the other midfielder as well, Chukwuemeka, like Rogers was asking earlier on, yeah? I think we're going to see more of that lad. Because I was opportune to watch. I had the opportunity of monitoring him last season when he was with Villa. Yes. Because my son plays for Ipswich Town. They played in the FA Youth Cup last year. And I was keeping an eye on him. You could see a very good player in Chukwuemeka. Because even though they didn't end up meeting, I was looking up to Aston Villa playing Ipswich in the final, though my son's team got knocked out in the semi-final by Liverpool. So I saw a lot of that boy, and I wasn't surprised when Chelsea went for him. So we're going to see a lot of integration for that lad. He's a very good player, very, very good player. Carries the ball well. He's more of an 8 anyway. For me, it's not a 6. He's
more of an 8. But the argument was that he looks like he's going to be capable of fulfilling the hybrid of the 6 and 8 role, like the Kovacic role, if you prefer.
Very well, very well. He could do very well. He's a very good player. No doubt about that. He was outstanding. Throughout the competition last year, he was outstanding for Aston Villa. Outstanding player.
Did you watch him play for England under 21s or under 19s? I mean,
he was good. Played alongside Vale, right?
Yeah, he was.
Vale, I know. Yeah.
He was a man playing amongst boys. He stood out
very well, very well.
Yeah,
even in that tournament, even in the FA Youth Cup as well, the under-18s FA Youth Cup, you could see clearly. He was just miles ahead. So good.
Yeah. Also, there's one player we haven't mentioned, and that's the player we acquired from Arsenal, Anderson or whatever his name is. He's supposed to be
Hutchinson.
Omari Hutchinson.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes. So he's like 16 or 17. He's a fetus, but he's supposed to be. I mean, I like the fact that we're building for our future. I really do.
Yeah, but again, as those players mature, we'll be spending less and less in the market.
Yes, exactly.
It makes sense. It's a good business model and a smart move by the new owners, by the way. Also, I know how we feel about the Lukaku, but again, in a 3-5-2, he would be lethal. That's what he played again in Inter with Martinez besides him. Again, fits his overall game so much better. Unfortunately, we're stuck with Lukaku. If you heard the Inter president's comment regarding they don't know yet what they're going to do with Lukaku, but the truth remains, I think he's coming back.
Would Potter like him? Would he welcome him?
That's the thing. But he's coming back to Chelsea. Maybe when he comes in, when we get to that bridge, we'll cross it. The question is, it wouldn't make any sort of sense for Inter to keep him. That was why I hated it that him going to Inter Milan was without and again an obligation to buy. It was just an option. Would you, if we were Inter, again having they still have financial issues and probably struggled to meet the requirement from the Italian FA regarding some they have to balance the book. Sell some players to balance the book. I don't know how they were able to get that done. They had a date which they were asked to get it done. If they don't, they're in trouble. So now it wouldn't make any sort of sense to take Lukaku and how much do we owe them up to? We still owe them up to 17 million plus.
I don't really see Lukaku coming back. To be honest, they're just saying that Inter Milan. This comment about Lukaku, they don't know what to do with Lukaku, only came out when Potter came in. They knew he had a bad relationship with Tuchel. They didn't say nothing. Because some comments keep coming out, even the fans are saying Lukaku alongside, what's the other striker's name? The other striker.
Martinez. The Inter
Martinez.
striker?
Yeah, they said Martinez without Lukaku, Martinez, he's been injured, so the fans are saying without Lukaku, Martinez has not been playing well. So they know the importance of Lukaku to them. They're only saying this, I think personally, that the only thing saying this because they know Potter, being a different manager, might want to recall him. And so they are just saying they don't want us to ask for too much when it comes to discussing about payments and all. I think they're just playing.
They're posturing.
Here's the thing. If you were Inter Milan, I'm sure you're not going to keep Lukaku. I'm sure you're not going to buy him. Let me just buy him from Chelsea. It will mean, again, you forfeiting quite, you can say, if not all, the 17 million that the club still owes you. It doesn't make business sense. He's not getting any younger. He'd come back 2 years. Again, he'd be 2 years older by the time. I think if it's in fact a 2-year loan deal, I'm not sure the duration, but it just doesn't make any business sense for them. And it's not like he's been firing on all cylinders since he went back. And I knew before time, the chance of him replicating the form he showed before he left Inter for Chelsea, you could say at least reduced to 50%. Why? Hakimi left for PSG. You could say actually to 25%. And then Lautaro Martinez became his own man in the absence of Lukaku. So adjusting again to becoming Lukaku's creator, I don't see that happening fully. Even though he has a job to do as an Inter player, I don't see that happening fully. So the two chief creators for him then were Hakimi and Lautaro Martinez. And like I've explained, Hakimi isn't there anymore, and Martinez has become his own man. So Lukaku actually is coming into be part of the team, not like the main guy anymore. So it's a very, very, you could say, complicated situation. I don't think they'd keep him. They're not stupid. It doesn't make any sort of business sense. If that's how I see it. Broja over, anytime, any day. The same for me. He's quicker, better on the ball. You know, again, you can say even as young as he is, he's actually matured to be even stronger than Lukaku is. But more importantly, he has a good first touch. He has a good first touch. As much as I wanted Lukaku to do well at Chelsea, the first touch, they say, he's improved at Inter. No, it looks like it got worse, actually. But I'm not going to go into it because I've seen it's looking like Liverpool's Darwin Núñez has a worse touch than Lukaku. Lukaku has a worse touch. Darwin Núñez has a premium worse touch. That's how I see it. Potter likes to use wingers as wing backs, just like Thomas Tuchel does. And that makes for a good argument on people who's argued that Thomas Tuchel have been playing, Pulisic and Hakim Ziyech in the wing back position, Callum Hudson-Odoi and Ruben Loftus-cheek. Now we see that's the modern game for you. It's not about them participating defensively, but again, overloading the midfield area and the attacking area. Let's see how people argue that. Again, 3-4-3, Cucurella played as LCB. Yep, that was the application when the game started. But the formation, the structure we saw before the game started confused everyone. Again, we had a huge laugh here during the pregame show. I don't think Chelsea fans can emotionally connect with Lukaku now. Wow, that's a delicious comment. That would never happen. I think it'd be a bad idea to bring him back. Again, I think, more notoriously, if you paid attention, he left the club and was having a dig at the club.
Yeah.
So that's unacceptable.
But coach, do you think Potter, with his man management skills, do you think he can extract, motivate, and bring out the best of Lukaku? Hypothetically speaking, do you think that's possible?
He can do that. We're talking about Potter. If you do your research, he's helped drug addicts, again, get them back on the path to having a better career. Drunks too. Some people you thought it's over for them. He's done quite that for them. Though I think he'd do that at Chelsea. I think he doesn't have the luxury here because at those clubs, you could argue he had to make do with what he has. But Chelsea, we have the money to do better. If he feels like I can't do this, I doubt he'd be spending more of his time like he did at Brighton and the Swedish club and other clubs where he performed those miracles. And I doubt he'd be spending more time on trying to get players to play here because he doesn't have the luxury. He needs to show results. But do I think he'd do better with players than Thomas Tuchel did in terms of connecting with them on a personal level, in terms of motivating them? I think yes. But I don't think as much as going to the length of helping a drug addict become better. No. In the case of,
does he return or does he stay in Italy?
In the case of Lukaku, I don't even think him himself would like to have him back. He's shown he can be a divisive figure in the dressing room. Plus everything that has happened, and you'd argue he wants a more dynamic player. If Aubameyang starts firing on all cylinders, and whenever Broja gets a chance, gets the job done. Why do we need Lukaku? The answer is we don't need him, but we're stuck with him. He will eventually come back, probably become part of the team, maybe playing cup games. Is he going to come back to become a starter? I'd say no, except if Broja doesn't do his job, and what's his name, and Aubameyang doesn't start scoring, and then we have a problem. Gary Milbaum said Lukaku should never for us again. Again, he hasn't even come back, and look how serious people are talking about him. Again, we should be ending this show, but let me try and get whatever we have in the chat and call it a day. It's hard to sell a player you bought only a year ago for 100 million plus his age. Factor that into your comment. Again, what is to stop Inter from taking him on loan again next year and the year after, it wouldn't make a business sense to say, okay, we're going to buy him. It's simple as that. And Fairboy, if you're watching, please share the link to your channel so that people can go check it out. If Lukaku is to come back, again, it makes a sense for it to be next season. I think we heard that behind the scenes, they actually changed the deal. They agreed to something to make it a 2-year deal, which doesn't make sense from a Chelsea perspective. No pun intended. You understand what I mean? A sense of it's, again, to be next season. Again, a fresh start for him under a new manager. It's a system he will thrive in. You can say as much as, if you've been paying attention, you can see Porter likes a fluidity, likes his attackers that, to be able to participate in the play again and be at least the primary, you can say ability you must have is to be good on the ball, and he doesn't have that. Again, I think he'll thrive under coaches such as Mourinho, such as Antonio Conte. Maybe it depends on the team in question. Again, Lukaku wanted to be the main man at Chelsea. I think it's Thai Talks that calls him the main man syndrome, and I think that working it with a striker like that will excite him again, and he will get the best out of him. Again, look at what Potter did to Welbeck. The guy is playing like, but Welbeck overall is an overall better player than Lukaku. Yes, Lukaku is a traditional striker, which Welbeck isn't. But in terms of having a player who would participate in the play and be able to control the ball and all that, first good touch, then Welbeck is your man. Let's not put Potter up on the pedestal just because he has a master's. I was waiting for something from my bro, something similar like this to come up, and he just did. Lukaku had a degree in public relations too.
Great.
How did that work out? Oh, please stop.
That's funny.
Oh, that's hilarious indeed. Wasn't there supposed to be an agreement reached with Milan for a second loan for look? I think what we heard then was that it's been agreed already. But I'm not sure. My brother says, sorry, bro, I understand. No worry. And you and I should meet to discuss, how we can work together so your channel can grow too, and you can help. You've always been a supporter of Chelsea Perspective, and I appreciate that. Hi, Blues. How are you? We're all good, and I hope you're doing well, Lola. Thanks for joining, and thanks for being part of that Watch Along show. And we will do one for Barcelona soon. Yeah, that's it. I think with that, I'm going to get the final thoughts on everything we talked about from you, Roger, so we can call it a day. And after that, I'm going to get that from AD too, so we can call it a day. I think it's been a brilliant show, and I always like to read and get a good laugh from whatever Mikhail he adds to the chat. I loved it. Go ahead, Roger.
No, I don't think there's much to add, actually. I think we've covered a lot of bases and then some. That was hilarious. That's irony.
And we will continue the work tomorrow. The good thing, we don't just plug them in. We get the contribution of those in the chat. We also analyze the situation, and we also factor into our decision what we believe the manager would do. Yeah, go ahead.
Are we going to do the same principle but with different formations, like a back four?
Actually, see, we have 4-3-3 here, and there's other formations. Like, I've done my research. Let me see if I'll find it. He plays some interesting. I've seen some interesting approaches from him. Let me see again. Let me see. Was it in this game? Maybe against Leeds United. Let me check. Let me just show it to you guys. He's played some. I've seen some unorthodox stuff from him. Look at this one again. Like I said, but primarily he likes to overload areas of the pitch. You see this one here. It is again a 3-5-1-1. You see it here?
Playing off.
That was under him. So I've looked at it again. You see, he's very unorthodox with his approach, which is very good to see. He's unpredictable. And you can see the interplay in our last game, in the last Champions League we played at Stamford Bridge, was just brilliant. And I think it was Mikhail also that mentioned how how we're able to create clear-cut chances, but we didn't just, the usual problem of not putting away chances was, stopped us from winning the game. Ziyech could have scored 2 goals. Again, Broja could have scored 1. We had, again, we could argue we had and we had a better XG, actually. Go ahead.
Yeah, Kai actually headed from a corner, and the defensive back headed off the line, basically. So, yeah, I mean, we do lack that clinical aspect, though. But you got to admit, though, Salzburg, they threw their bodies in the line, and they blocked very well all the shots. And the keeper played well. He made some good saves.
Yeah, again, it was again, like I said, had we won that game, nobody would be pointing fingers. It was a good game overall. I think with that, Eddie, you want to add anything, or should we just call it a day? We continue with the work tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant day. We've done very well. We've done the bit we can do. We don't know it all. We just put our ideas across, and then it's left for others to comment as well. So I think we've done
and like
well.
I said, as we watch Potter, do his thing, we'll always come back to adjust things. But go ahead, sorry for cutting you off.
Yeah, that's right. And then I saw the comments before this, the one or the other, the one before the one on the screen, saying about Lukaku, told my one Lukaku to come back, and that's why we're not talking about striker and all. Now, quickly, before we just go, if we're not talking about striker, because I remember very well when Tuchel was there, they were talking about Nkuku coming. He loves the first 9. I don't know if it's something that we'll be looking at, or maybe they want to bring, but I don't really see Lukaku coming. How would they find? Todd Bowley, I don't even see Potter liking him, but go ahead. Yeah, I don't think Potter will like. I don't know, but he has to do it. But with the fans, his comments, I mean, it's still there. Comments about him liking to go back to Inter Milan and blah. The fans will never. I don't think we can just wish that away. It's huge.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Again, thank you very much. Again, I want to thank you two for finding the time to join the panel. It's been a brilliant show. Again, immense thanks to everybody that found time to join us. Those that were on the panel, Bobby and Fairboy. Also, Fairboy, he shared the link to his channel. Please go check it out. Thank you. It's Liam Lane. Thank you for coming in to help keep the house civil. I appreciate that. Thank you to Fraser HK. Very, very late, but lateness is greatness. Thank you for finding the time to join. Mikhail, thank you for the laugh. I enjoy it. I always like that's why I'm always looking out for your contributions. Again, this one was hilarious. Again, and I will never forget that. Thank you again. Another Mikhail comment. Thank you to the Queen of the House. Thank you, Jafta Sikwa. Thank you to the Queen of the House. Thank you for the contributions, everyone. Glenn was here. Again, if I missed your name, thank you to Lola also, who's a Barcelona fan, but always, she loves to support the channel. She's a part of, the sister channel also. Big up to you too, Fraser HK. Much love. With that, we've come to the end of the show. It's been a brilliant show, an amazing one, enjoyable. Again, civil in the chat, no unnecessary fights. Yes, arguments were there, but again, you present your argument, you pay attention to the counter arguments. Thank you so much, guys. God bless us all. See you guys later, and bye. you.